everyone. Hello. Microphone's good, music's good, we're all good. I'm feeling much better now. Let me go ahead and get on that timer. We should be good to go. Hello, your week's been? Technically speaking, mine was more of an extended week. I hope you've all been well. Let me go ahead and get that roll call going. If I slide over here, we have Chapel. Welcome in, Chapel. We also have Rudy, Blood Kruznik. We also have here Wakaches, as well as Chuck, Ame, and Tay Dory. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Wow, no scuff yet. Don't say that. Don't cheeks me right off the bat. I'm trying, and you know, and that you're just you saying it now feels like I need to knock on wood to make sure you don't jinx it. Oh boy, I hope you've all been well though, and I hope your week has gone wonderfully so far. There we are, words. If I slide up here, let me go ahead and read the messages. Oh, a redeem. I sure can do, Rudy. Let's see here. Water has been redeemed and hydrated. Thank you for that, as well as the wiggles I see from Chapel. We also have a little, is that a blink emote? Oh, hold on. Is it a blink emote that I see there? Ah, it's a little peek emote. Oh, that's adorable. That's adorable. And I remember how Eris said she's training by walking up and down stairs. I don't remember that. Maybe I talked about exercising on the stairs by walking up and down it. Maybe? Possibly. That was a long time ago. That's just a slight maybe, because I do remember doing that. I don't know if I ever said I did. You have a lovely memory, Rudy. Oh boy, and by now there's probably won Stairs World Championship, and she would be, but big elevator sponsorship is too good. Well, hold on now. We've been over this. I am just as much of a victim in the elevator dimension as you are. We're all trapped in there together. I had no part in it. I just know how to take an opportunity when it arises. And Lurk, and yeah, that's it. When you move into your new place or something, I see. And Lurk, thank you for the lurk, and thank you for stopping by and chatting for a bit. And I've been having fun and learning a lot in my internship. The best thing I learned is that I can survive from morning to 4 p.m. on nothing but tea. Oh, that's lovely to hear. And what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, that's lovely to hear. You get your hydration, you get your rest, and you get to do a lot of things. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. And congratulations again on the internship, Chuck. And back in my day, we used to walk up and down stairs to and from school. Back in my day, we had to walk up mountains to get to the school, even when it was raining and there was ice in the grass. and the sun still wasn't out yet, so we had to hold torch system, make sure we could see where we were going. And hi, Cat Sat on keyboard. Hi, and welcome in. Welcome into stream, and welcome back. I hope you've had a lovely weekend. Hi, I hope everyone's having a great day, and if you're not, please reconsider. Oh boy, such a lovely quote. Welcome in, and welcome back. Let's see here, but some of us are less trapped there. Yeah, I mean, what's your definition of trapped? Is it that you can't leave? Is that you can't open and close doors? Or what do you mean? Because I know I said before you don't have any weapons on you. All I get is a button that takes me up and down my personal little mini slide elevator. That's all I get. It's not really an exclusive. Technically, it's takes me below the camera. So it's not even like I go to a different floor. It's still the same floor, I assure you. And hold on, let me slide this down. Congratulations on your 65th streak, Jack. Congratulations, my goodness. What would 63 be? If it's 65. What would 65 be? And hi, Fish P1. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. First time watching your Twitch stream live. Excited to be here. I need some nice background noise while I get work done. Hope you're doing well. Well, thank you, and thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, and welcome in. I hope I can keep you company while you work. And is it that they're tied up in the elevator? Or it's that they're tied up in the elevator. The tools are tied up, David, behind the elevator. We've been inside it before, and I bet tools could be kept in there. I guess. And that timer is up, so why don't I go ahead and get started? Let me go ahead and click on the planning screen here. Planning. Here we are. Should be a bunch of fun, I say, as we've been doing this exact same topic for, I think, almost 2 months now. Fun. But I am enjoying myself, and I'm sure we'll be able to make a lot more progress today. I wasn't able to do it this week due to recovery. However, I have plans, big plans, and it's still certainly possible. And Thank you for the follow, Shatter
Polly
Fantasy Studio.
_fame may just redeemed hydrate.
Welcome in. And hi, Polly. Welcome in as well. Welcome back. Hydration sure can do. Hydration has been redeemed. Thank you for that one. Let me go ahead and slide this guy down, and we should be good to go. And hi, welcome in as well. And big plans for a big tutorial. Yeah. We'll start off by doing the pitch, and then after that, we'll do the recap of what we've been up to, and then we'll continue the tutorial where we last left off. How does that sound? And hi, Rodrigo. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. And forgot how to follow on the new account. This is 8 bits per play. I see. Well, welcome back in. And had to make a new Twitch account thanks to phone breaking and two-factor authentication authentication issues. I see, that is unfortunate. I'm glad you were able to get a second account, but I hope your phone issues weren't too costly. With all of that said, and OMG, I heard you ask, what's your definition of trapped? And my Wi-Fi exploded? There I didn't. And I had no part in that at all. Why don't you go ahead and get all nice and comfy and just, you know by now. So, speaking of elevators, what a surprise to find you all here and come here often. And speaking of trapped, a bit of a struggle there, and we didn't even redeem a word ban yet. Not yet. And remember, the word ban is not enabled until an hour from stream start. Allows me to be able to not have to struggle with the introduction. And surprise! You seem to be in a office business area, if I had to guess, and you're waiting on the elevators at the moment. You've already pressed the button, and it'll be a second or two before the elevators arrive to your floor. I'd say maybe about a minute or so. And while you're here on this floor, you can't use the stairs to go up or down. There's no windows, there's no doors, there's not really any escape. And people have tried, people have failed, people have tried using tools, but they don't exist here. It's just your body and the elevators. But you know what? Don't fret. It's all right. It's okay. For while you may lack agency at the moment, fret not. I have a opportunity for you that I'm sure you will enjoy. Speaking of opportunities, have you heard? Oh boy, and hi Napa, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and can I rip a hole in space? What do you think's behind the elevators? You go out there, you don't want to go out there. If anything, it's like one of those mazes where you start at the start, you go to the end, and it teleports you back to the start. That's the type of place this is, unfortunately, but it's all right. Again, there's no monsters here, and there's no harm that can come to you. Really, the only harm is that for some reason or another, you haven't heard, maybe, possibly, of my up-and-coming game, Necrotype Cafe. And what game, like I'm sure you're questioning, but now, bam, Necrotype Cafe, a really a rather typey cafe game I've been making for almost 2 years now. The second game I ever made. And can you give me a tutorial on how to escape? There is no escape. That's the unfortunate part. But as I said before, it doesn't keep you here for long, so don't worry about it. Just sit back, relax. You can probably get some nice rest or something. You'll be fine. And I have no mouth, and I must scream. Oh boy, an opportunity, you say? Tell me more. I'm glad you asked. And you need to Google more. I can almost understand the words. And hi, Ray. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. And I know Eris, that knife you're holding looks like it might harm me. Knife? What knife? Let me go ahead and click on that timer. When 45 seconds begin, I will attempt to explain my game to you. It gives me a good amount of chance at explaining the game, as well as you haven't been here before, or if you haven't been here in quite a while, it gets everyone up to date. That is the elevator pitch in a nutshell. And if I'm gone, then that means I'm asleep anyway, so can you do a tutorial how to relax? Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, Rhythm Titan Cafe. cafe game where you play as Gabrielle, a necromancer sent to a necromancy academy, a wizard academy, really, not necromancy, sent by her necromancy family. And the idea is that she doesn't want to become a necromancer, she wants to become a baker, a chef, so she decides to open up a hidden cafe. That's the cafe part of the game, but the rhythm typing part comes into play in the fact that in order to make food, to serve customers, you have to type to the beat. You have to summon food via spellcasting. In this world, magic is done via poetry. So the idea is that as wizards come along, as new wizards come, like for example, cryomancer or pyromancers, as new classes, as new mages come, you'll unlock new spells, new flavors, new foods, new dishes. By the end of the semester, by the end of the quarter of the year, you'll be able to show everyone you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. It's all about mad dash cafe simulators along with rhythm and typing to the beat. Oh boy. You know, not my best, not my worst. I'd give it a solid 7, maybe 8. 8's being generous though. That's generous here. And finally, I can learn how to use a keyboard. And Jaden, can I get a tutorial on how to relax? I don't know the answer to that question, or I don't know the solution to that tutorial per se. And I don't know yours. That your knife you're holding looks like it might harm me. What knife? I would never, not at all. And you need to. I did with this one. Lovely. Let me recap and let's see. Curly uses her bare hands. That's not why my teeth are sharp. Oh boy, and we handcrafted dead bodies here. Hold on now and press X to relax. I like that idea a lot better. And even with that 1 minute timer, it still reads the comments. Oh boy, with that said though, for whatever reason, and you got a license for speaking that fast, punk. I don't know, depends who's asking. Let me go ahead and get off this business suit here, like so, there we are. Let me go ahead and get on my business and also programming associate here, buddy. And let me go ahead and give you a preview of the game. The prototype that's up on it at the moment that we are currently updating. If I click on here, yes, the music will be quiet. That is to be expected. It's now very quiet. No music is playing. However, I click that button, yes, and then I click this button, and then I click this button, and then if I click this button, hold on, that button, and then I click on that button, that should fix it. Let's see. Music should be audible as soon as it finishes loading. And we're good. Lovely. With that said, if I go ahead and do exclamation Necrotype, you should be linked to the itch page that you just saw. So this page right here, as I said before, it's the second game I've ever made. However, the first game I made it, you could consider it more of a game jam game. Anytime I worked on the game, I had a timer going and I had a maximum of 24 hours to work on the game. And run game? Even the game knows to run from here. No, not at all. Running? Why would you need to do that? Oh boy, With that said, the goal of having it up on itch right now is that we're trying to make the prototype, the MVP, so the minimum viable product. We need to make sure that the rhythm system is working in the game, the typing system, as well as the cafe system. Until those 3 are fixed, we don't move out of prototype since we haven't fleshed the game out. There's not a lot of extra things. The hope is that once we make sure that the game itself is fun and solid, we can start adding things like game juice and special effects and extra music. So the hope right now is just to make sure the concept is a good idea. And hi, Fail Doctor. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. I do recall that name. And I did read that as well. Lovely. With that said, let me go ahead and click on calibration here. And let's see if I get that bug that I know of. I've been getting every so often. Let's see. I click on start. Let's see how I do. Wait. Space. 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 There we are. Calibration has been done. And any concept that tricks my brain into learning is a good concept. I do love games that make or force you to learn. For example, right now, I'm trying to learn Japanese, and it's a thing I've been doing on and off for, I think, the past 2 years now. Maybe past 1 year solidly. And I learn best when it's through video games. So I've been playing, if any of you have ever used Quizlet before, if any of you remember that, there's like a game mode in Quizlet, the asteroids, where you have to type out the matching term in order to shoot the asteroid. I found a game like that for Japanese. So I've been typing out all of the characters and letters like the asteroid game. It's been a lot of fun. If I go ahead and move our arrow here, you can see that Gabby exists. And Gabby here needs to serve the custom yeah that just appeared. So let's go ahead and click on E. And Duolingo could never. The thing is, I tried Duolingo once. I did do things, but it was fun for the moment. But Duolingo, oh boy, that's the oldie but a goodie. The customer is ready to now order once they finish reading their book. So let's go ahead and take their order. And with all of that said, if I hold down space, you'll be able to see that this is the menu. This shows us what the customers want. As I was saying before, different wizard classes have different flavors, different colors, different attributes. So some wizard types might be more patient than others. Some wizard types might be faster than others. For example, here we have Gabriella, a necromancer. Her color is purple, and she is described as the flavor of bitter. What you'll see is that this customer wants something pink, purple, and this icon here. This purple stands for the flavor bitter. This... okay. For a second, I thought this build had the... I don't know if you can see it. When I hover over this, the mouse lets me click it. That is an interesting one. This book doesn't exist in the game anymore, but did I just find a... Oh boy! Oh, that's definitely a bug. I hope the new system we made fixed it. And I heard playing children games is good for languages. Yes, because in children games you use very simple words. And I love that the spider on the hat, are they still alive? Indeed, the spider is her, what's it called? Familiar. The little spider's her familiar, who very much is alive. If I hold down space, you'll be able to see that there's pink, purple, and a cake icon, and also a little timer for the customer's patience. The idea is that as you unlock more wizards, you'll get more different combinations. For example, any song that contains the flavor of bitter will have fancy music, but when we add pyromancers into the game, so fire wizards, they'll have the color of either orange or yellow, and they'll have the flavor of spicy. So any song that has spicy in it will probably have a very fast song. So you'll mix spicy with bitter, so it'll be a fancy song that's super duper fast. That, for example, will be the idea that we're going for. And there will be a total of 10. And then our familiar is a great dancer. He's just bobbing to the music. Look at him go. If I grab this sweet here, if I grab this bitter here, and then we grab the cake here, and hi, Fennec. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. I hope your week has been wonderful. And so you have this tutorial for like a year, you never found that bug? Apparently, I never thought to have my mouse. Well, look, it's not there anymore. I'm not able to click it. I don't see like a clicker thingamajiggy, which is interesting. Interesting, I say, interesting. But I think the reason why is that I had a cheat for testing, bug testing, that if I clicked on this icon, it spawned the thing in. I'm guessing because of the new system removed that cheat. I'm guessing we won't have to worry about that bug. But it will be something to consider if I do try to make a cheat like that again. And I did this so lovely. So if we hold down Q here, if it lets me hold down Q, game, hold down Q. Hold down Q, I said. Oh, I see. This is what you were talking about earlier, Check, I believe, with the idea that you can't tell if you're holding down the Q. I saw it, I felt it, and the good news is that was updated as well. Well, not recently, but it is in the updated version, so it's good too. What will happen is, the way the spell casting works is, once the letters reach this white circle, you press it. If this guy fills up, you're done. You've completed the spell. This is your progress meter. You're good to go. However, if this meter fills up, you failed. This is your tongue-tied meter. Anytime you miss something, it fills up. If that fills up, you get game over, and your spell has fizzled out. And if I'm boring sometimes, I'll do my side job, Bug Finder. Oh boy. And I considered my next GD-developed game jam will have a typing system. I can say that in terms of difficulty, I rank the easiest part of the game, the cafe system. Next hardest would be the typing, and then after that would be the rhythm. So I think typing could work. Typing has been a lot of fun to implement. Difficult at times, but definitely not as hard as it was to do the rhythm part. So I do wish you luck. I think it could be a fun challenge. And what word is that? The thing is, most of these right now are placeholders, so you'll probably see a lot of made-up words. A lot of the ones we use are from Dr. Seuss, so they're a lot chopped up. If I do this here, click close, let's see. B-E-W-A-R-E space T-H-E space M-Y space S-O-N space T-H-E space J-A-W-S space. All right, T-H-A, T space B-I-T-E, comma space T-H-E space C-L-A-W. One more. And isn't marketing the easiest? You literally just kidnap people. S. That would imply I know how to kidnap people. I don't. So I think if anything, that would be the hardest. And every word is made up. Some of them are. A few of them are. A few of them. Not these ones, apparently. But it also doesn't make any sense. Beware thee, my son. The jaws that bite, the claws. Okay, well, that was not too bad. There's some that are very silly, though, because I've edited the text to make it shorter, since beforehand a lot of them were too long, and I realized, oh, this song is going on for a very long time. We need to shorten it. So a lot of it's just placeholders, things that are cut and pasted depending on the feel of the game. Once the customer has finished eating, they'll wipe their little mouth, and then they're ready to leave. That is the game in a nutshell. There are going to be other things. For example, there's going to be ghosts in the game that work the same as customers. However, ghosts kind of follow as your antagonist in the sense of ghosts, like Gabby, our main character, so they follow her around the cafe. They have an aura that affects the way customers feel, and if customers feel scared, they might leave the cafe sooner. But he would never! And oh, I see the vision. I'm super duper glad to hear it. I thought that's always nice to hear. And Bobby could probably teach you that. Pretty sure that's how we keep ending up at the elevator. Bobby would never. I agree. Why would Bobby ever do that? With that said, this is the current real build up on itch. Let me go ahead and show you the version we've been working on. I'd say since maybe the start of the year, maybe since December, if we're being a generous year. Unfortunately, it has not been updated since I think it would be a bad idea to upload this version of the game without a tutorial. So the hope is that once we finish the tutorial, then we can have people play test it and do all of those things. So if I bring you into gaming here, we need to go into programming here. Gotta earn the employee of the month somehow. He gets it just by existing. He is the employee of the month simply because he's cute. He's like, I forget from where I've seen it, but it's like the person that walks into a job and is immediately thought of as the boss. Gumball. There was an episode like that. Let me grab Godot here, click on you here, click on you here, click on you here. There we are. All right, let me show you the... Not at all. It's not because of his family or heredity. It's because of his looks. He's just got that look to him. If I click onto here, what you'll be able to see right away is that the game is a lot different than it was before. Let me go ahead and also mute this guy here. You should be good to go. And I'm wondering, why is the music lower? Is it quieter for you too? That mutes it. Interesting. Also, hold on. Animation, player not. Oh, this is something I was doing before stream. Hold on. Before I forget, let me see if I can fix it. What we need to do is we need to go to this guy here. Then we need to re-import like that there. Animation player not found. That's okay. You go there, re-import. Yeah, okay. Alert. I'm getting an alert. No. Oh no! Godot crashed. It disagreed with my wants. That's no good. Give me a second to reopen it. Oh boy, I was just destroying the game before the programming stream, and Godot said no. And wait, don't you use animated sprites? Animated sprites is a plugin. Well, it's not a plugin. It's a custom class I made called animated sprites that uses a plugin. My hope was, and let's see if it does fix it. This is animation sprites here. You can see that mouth closed, mouth open. I see. Hold on. If I click on you, yeah, and then we re-import. How about that? There we go. Re-import. Okay. Hold on. I think we're good. I think this works now. Okay. An animated class though is if I go here to assets library, I should be able to do ASEPRITE WAZARD. Unless Godot decides it wants to take a good second to load. You know what? Godot, you've been on break. There we are. Sprite Blizzards. This is a program, or this is the plugin I used. And from that plugin, I made a custom class. And the idea is that I use enums to track the animation. So if I ever want to change the animation, for example, here you can see this says mouth closed. That's a name for an enum, or none. We also have on beat. I was updating the enum name since I want to add an animation for when, in this tutorial, I'll show you where exactly, but in this tutorial, there's a section where we're trying to teach the player how to do the calibration again. And what I noticed when people played the game is that they struggled to understand what the skulls meant. So I added a little area where the spider will jump on space whenever the skulls appear. If I click on you here, we have you here, you here. There we are, lovely. Let me go ahead and make that music audible and that there. And hi, Darshni, maybe? Darshni? Please correct me if I'm wrong, and welcome in. I tend to butcher names, so I certainly could have. And your channel name has a set of parentheses. Why? Is it like a function? It is indeed. It's like a nod to the whole programmer idea. The main function, if you will. And hi, chum. Welcome into stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. I believe I have fixed the bug. I have indeed. We're not getting the errors. Okay, so as I was saying, this is the updated version of the game that is unfortunately not on itch just yet. It will be once we complete the tutorial. What you'll notice right away is that the cafe is a lot smaller. There's also now candles, and there's also flowers on the table. The idea is that when people were playing the game, they often got confused with what table was what table. So I've added the flowers to help people think, oh, the pink table, or the yellow table, or the white table. Not only that, I present to you the feature that's taken a good at least 2 months to figure out. The new book system. Isn't it lovely? The idea was that the previous one was a placeholder, but the tricky part was figuring out how to make a book system. What you'll notice right away is, like with the plant here, you'll see that each area represents a certain table. And what flavors are the candles? And fiddlesticks, here we go again. Oh boy, maybe we could have a food that's edible, like candles, like the breadsticks maybe, possibly, but that's not really cafe. That's like pizzeria. And oh yeah, that's a good game design using different colors for each color is handy too. Indeed, thank you. What you'll see here is now that customers have an order area. And if I go ahead and spawn a customer in here, let me show you. As the thing is, we removed the timer from the menu here, and the timer, or the words you see here, idle, awaiting waiter, all of that, that's just for debugging, so that won't be in the game. The new system for showing the customer's patience is this candle, which you saw just light up. So if we go ahead and take the customer's order right about here, you can see that what will appear in the book now are stamps to represent what the character wants. And we have 2 pinks and 1 cake icon. Again, most of what you're seeing is subject to change, but I'm just putting these placeholders here to give me a good idea. And if it is a function, why didn't you add an argument like sub? Could you elaborate a little bit? There's no, or rather, there's no thing, argument. That's what goes in the parentheses, right? That's a little bit too much. The parentheses has everything it needs. You don't need to add anything to the argument. And for each candle, my brain failed me. And that's because we want ears functioning properly. Look, she's still executing the functions. Oh boy, what we could see is if we bring you up to here, this is our cafe area, or this is the kitchen, and you can also see that we added the little fade effect for going in between the two. Not only do we have this new order area in our books, but you'll notice too is that now we have pages here you can see. And this is what I was talking about before with the idea that different wizard classes have different stats. So for example here, Necromancers have low fear because they're not afraid of much or not afraid of the dead. However, our Medimancers, or our healer wizards, which is a custom class, they have a moderate fear. They might have more speed, less patience, while Necromancers have more patience. They have the flavor of bitter, and it also now tells you the attribute that each will have when you make the song, as well as the description. Not only that, we can also see now that there is a total of 45 unlockables for the different combinations of spells. So the hope is that it gives the player a good scope of what is possible in the game. And we have a thing similar like that for all of the food. Right now, we only have cookies, cake, and cocoa, but you can also see 4-day-5. So the more the game, or the more this goes on, we're just making the systems right now before we flesh everything out. I still don't even know how I want the final thing to look, but the hope is just to make sure it exists first before we refine on the details. With that said, that is, I believe, all of the updates. Let me go ahead and show you the tutorial now. If I go ahead and close this guy here, I can then play the music up to here. With all that said and done, what I can do then is click on play again, and then let me get some coffee here. And oh, like a bitter spicy candle, Twinkies and like pastry. That's in Twinkies? Candy? Candy could be in the cafe. I could see candy being in the cafe, but that would be like sweet. And darn, do you really wish to add an argument like in this non-stop talking machine? Nope, not at all, oh boy. And yeah, you get groundwork done before you get crazy in the details, for real. Yeah, one step. Gotta make sure, because the thing is, if I get too much on the details, then I might get too confused, or I might not end up liking the details, so then I scrap everything, and then it kind of feels like, did I really need to use all my time on doing the details when I could have done something else? The reason why some of the characters are a little bit detailed is just because I like looking at pretty art, and I like doing art, and doing art from time to time for the game, it helps me keep motivated, since seeing a character walk around is a lot different than seeing like a box walk around for a placeholder. It fills me with determination. Let me get some coffee here, and hi Nightblade, welcome in the stream, welcome in. Hi Eris in chat, hello, and welcome in. Let me get that coffee. Tasty. Alrighty, with all that said and done, let me show you the current tutorial. What you saw before on, you'll see here. What you'll notice now is that we don't start the tutorial off in the cafe, we start the tutorial in the kitchen. And what you'll also see is that there's a little guy right off the bat showing us that we need to go behind the desk. And what you see here, the move around, the black box, or not the black box, the brown box in the black area at the very bottom, that won't be for the players to see. This is just a placeholder that hopefully player is only for debugging. That way we can tell what current task the player should be doing. And oh, for real, making art from time to time really gets motivation flowing. It's good to do the groundwork first, but also good to do what you like to keep yourself motivated. Yeah, I agree. And it's funnier when a character sprite twitches rapidly or runs faster than 7. That's also true too. Instead of a box moving back and forth really fast, it's really funny to see the characters themselves doubling in time. What we can go ahead and do is, if we go in and stand behind the desk, the player will be met with the option to only hold Q. There's nothing on the desk. This right now is just showing the player how the spell casting system works, how the calibration works. As another thing I noticed when people were playing the game is they either A, skipped the calibration, B, did the calibration correctly, or C, didn't know what the calibration was asking of them. So the hope is that now, anytime you play the tutorial, you're required to do the calibration, which I'm hoping will be a big change to make it not as painful to understand. And hi, Lazy Love, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. So if I go ahead and hold down Q here, we will see right off the bat that now we have the calibration here. If I unmute this, you'll hear the calibration music. And now the player just has to do the calibration here. Once they finish the calibration is up, you'll see, and oh, it's a little bit tricky to see because of the box here. If I go and I do debug here, hold on, I hide this guy, debug, yep, hide you. There we are, love you. What you'll see is that this guy, or the guy behind the box, the box in the front, that says retry. So there's retry, reset, and continue. It's just not visible because of the box, and maybe we could even move the box. Again, the box there is just for debugging purposes, so maybe we can move it somewhere else. Well, you'll see those that we have retry, reset, and continue. And now there is an area for the player to also customize their calibration. So now not only are you given your calibration results, if you ever want to change them, there is also a way. Just nerd stuff. Oh boy, and greetings from the other side. And I do this on the other side. So let's see, I can reset, I can change it. This is what we worked on last time. So if I reset this guy and click on continue, now we are completed, or now this is the step that's done. The next step up are a few things, and this is where we last left off on. What I want to do now, what I want to try to figure out is, I want to create a system where the game tracks what the player is holding. And why that is important is because if I click on concepts here, and I click on you here and here, what you should be able to notice is, and just place a sign in front of the box that says, this is not a box. I like the ingenuity. Oh boy, if we scroll out here, the thing is, we are going to, if I slide down here, you'll notice step 1, movement. We already did that. We have a way to show the player where to move, how to use the controls for movement. Next up was to create a calibration to show the player how to do the calibration. We just did that. So next up on the to-do list is to make a dish for the spider. So you'll have to make a demo dish, a trial dish, in order for the spider to be satisfied. And it'll also teach the player how to use the book and things of that nature. And during making this dish for the spider, it'll also teach the player how to use a trash can as well as how to use the shelf. As another thing too is that in the original tutorial, I never mentioned the trash can, I also never mentioned the shelf. So I'm hoping this will be a good chance to show the player what those things are. And hi, Alex. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hi, lurky away. Thank you for stopping by. And just saying that we're good. Just that alone. And I do that. And well, there is a sign to be covering up the thing. And well, I'm out of ideas. Oh boy, I gotcha. See-through sign. Glass. Oh boy. With that said, the thing I ran into, or the issue I ran into, or just a thought, because when you're making games, you have to think as much as you can, player-proofing everything. If something can be done, it will be done. It's not Murphy's Law, it's the player's law, apparently. And so, I ran into this dilemma, this scenario, where I realized, okay, what if a player is doing this? So, you need 2 flavors and a product in order to create a dish. What happens if the player accidentally has already 2 flavors on the thing, and they're also holding a flavor? How should the game react? While we are going to have a section for deleting, we need to create a section that will also detect when the player, before deleting is even a thing. So they don't know what deleting is right now. We need to say, hey, you don't need that 3rd flavor you're holding, go throw it away. That's the hope we'll do right now. And I just realized I need to fix my teeth. Can I do that using Godot? Godot can do many things. And hi, Hydronics. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back to you as well, Claymore. Welcome in. Genius! And more than 2 flavors force closes the game, and that bans them. That's a little harsh, you know. Maybe we could scale back the penalty just a smidge. And yeah, developer mindset is real. You can't forget that people can literally try anything. And hey. Oh boy. That said, I want to create a system that will detect. So if we have two flavors already on the board and the player picks up a flavor, I wanted to message out something, or not even message out to the player yet, because we'll have a speech bubble that says it. But for right now, we're just creating a system that can detect it. So when a player picks up a third flavor, they think to themselves, yeah, the player is holding something right now that they don't need. Right now, they need to only hold a product, but they're holding a flavor. Why is that? And hi, XF2C, welcome in the stream, welcome in. And maybe show the trash. Can you show a consumer, Karen putting the food in the trash and calling the place a dump? Well, the thing is, this is a Wizard Academy. Everyone's richer and pompous, but I can say for certain that there are no Karens here, especially because you're in the back area of the cafe. And thank you to Mr. Incredible. Mr. Incredible, I see! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And also, I actually tried Godot 3D, and then I just closed it. I mean, managing to create a cube and make a movement script in GD, but I see. Well, best of luck with 3D. I know you said it was difficult, but it sounds like it was enjoyable for at least a millisecond. And sorry for bad English. No worries at all. I can understand what I can understand. So you're all good to go. With that said, that's where we last left off. And we just wanted to create a system to detect each. We started that, but then it got broken. Let me show you what I mean. What we have here is, and is that a creeper face at the end of her hat? Creeper face? Do you mean the black thing above her hat? That is her familiar spider. We haven't made a name for him yet. We have a lot of suggestions. The idea is that each wizard will have a have a familiar. Usually the common one is cat. So I thought, since she's a necromancer, what if we make it a spider? If I click on suite here, and then I were to grab another suite, I want the detection system. So the area about down here, let me make it a little bit bigger if I click on this guy here, and that is her familiar dancer, not a creeper. And thank you for the follow, XFC2C. If I click on you here, and we click on you here, and I click on you here, it should be brought up, so you should be able to see it a lot easier. What I'm expecting the system to say is that, hey, you have another guy in your inventory. So if I do that, you'll see spell requirements have already been made. No further flavors needed. So it does give me a notification. That is the expected result. That is what we want to see. Let me make this guy a little bit smaller, like maybe there and there. There we go. And yeah, with that said, I can do games in C++, but not in Godot. Oh, isn't there like a extension you can get for Godot, I think? Or does it only let you do C#? And also that tutorial like an introduction or a walkthrough. Could you elaborate on the differences? And Godot's based on Python. If you can do C++, you can learn GDScript for real. And I don't care if it's a spider or creeper. It looks cool. Well, thank you. What you'll notice is that, yes, we do have the spell requirements have already been met. So if I go ahead and just throw this guy away, we should now, I'm thinking maybe we have like a system says that we now have, or the player's dropped or something, because the bug we're getting is that while we have two things on the board, if I pick this up, we get the message again for some reason, despite the fact that that's not true. There's only one item up here. The flavor requirements have not been met yet. So something needs to be changed with the code's logic. We only need to get that messaging when we have one flavor held. That's the logic we're messing up right now. And I know, but it's just at the bind script to object. Ooh, that bind scripts to, oh, do you mean Godot-wise, or is it something else? If I click on you here, I have a background in C++. Funny enough, it's the only language I learned, and I transitioned to learning GDScript. I barely know C++ now, it's been years, but C++ was the original way I learned programming. And yes, Godot, I see it. Well, I can say at least that the transition from C++ to Godot was an enjoyable one. It was easy enough. And why do you speak so fast? Hi, is it Galashi? Galai? Possibly? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Welcome in. I speak fast because I get excited about streaming. I get excited about programming. It's a lot of fun. If I click into here, what we should be able to see is the logic behind everything. So, we have a player has collected item. This shoots out a signal or some sort of function every time the player takes an item. We have the item, not type. We have if not item, then we have the product. So spell requirements have already been met. And if has product, if has flavor. Yes, indeedy. So my question then becomes, this has product have flavor, where do we update it at? We update this table status here. So has product equals new has product. And then we have has flavor equals has flavor 1 and has flavor 2. So this should be false. If one of them's true, one of them's false, we can definitely make a message to send out to see what the reason is. And unfortunately, I have to learn JavaScript for the first for school. I definitely want to learn JavaScript at some point because I do want to mod Minecraft. It's always been a dream of mine too. I also want to learn web development, so I have a lot of programming languages I need to learn about. But for right now, I know two: C++ and GDScript. That is all. And have you thought about an arachnophobia mode for it? Maybe a skeleton hand or a suit creature? That might be a little bit tricky to do, just because the spider, if we do that, we'd have to make like an entire, a double time. The spider is a very important part to the story because of it being her familiar. For example, spawn, I'd have to I'd have to make another animation for this part. So when the player's taking their order, the spider helps you out. So I'd have to, it's not like it's, what's it called? Yeah, it's not like it's something, I don't think it would be an easy change. For example, here, when we take the customer's orders, when we take this guy here, the spider doodles on it. So I'd have to swap that out with something else, which might be a little bit tricky in the long run, especially since spiders are an integral part, since it's supposed to be spooky and necromancy and skeletons and bones. And I always want to say that, and I think I read that as well. Hold on, multi-implementation conversation and JavaScript. You mean Bedrock? Java. Isn't Java used to mod Minecraft, right? Java? And let's see here, causing other goats, nice, just not for me. I see, that's understandable. And let's see, Bedrock, about to say that, Minecraft uses Java, uses programming. So yeah, knowing JavaScript is handy for learning new modding. I see, and actually Minecraft Java modding, so I see. And Chris loves Spooder Friendo, that's always good to hear. If I click back into here, we need to figure out when this guy is printing and what it's saying. So I would like to do a function here, or not a function, but I want to have it print out what's going on and then let's read it. So let's see. If I go ahead and do utility dot, and we go ahead and do, and let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't believe so. If I scroll back up here, if I go back up to here, yeah, we're good. Lovely, that's always good. And hi, Disco, welcome in the stream, welcome back. I hope your week's been lovely. If we go ahead and do utility dot, print out debug message here. We're going to print out a message. We'll leave the message blank for now. Then we'll say that this is self because we're printing it out from this location. And then we'll do utility dot debug color dot notify, which will give us a blue. Okay, so I'm going to make this into a var. We're going to make this into a flavor test string. And then we're going to make this into a string. And then we are going to make the string equal to flavor one. And then we'll have this guy here. We'll do a %. Now, I forget what it is for booleans. How do you fill in a boolean? If I go to Godot 4 and then you %s, I'm looking for the one that you do when it's a boolean. And JavaScript can be helpful for Minecraft modding, only through other mods. Interesting. And cosplays is Java, but yes, they are different. I see. And I know another nerd thing to ask, but why is your output window like a terminal? It looks so colorful. But what do you do? Mine looks like boring. I just get red lines of air. The thing is, I'm a very visual person, and I don't mind the question at all. I really do like the colors. So that's one reason Godot, I was so drawn to Godot. The way this is working is I made a system for messages. For example, you can even see that there is a bracket here for numbers, and when I click it, it leads me to the area this was called. I'm doing it through a function I made. So anytime I print a message, I'm printing it through this function, and this function colors the message, and I'm doing it by, if I go down here, you'll see print rich. So if you want to color something, you'll do this. So you'll set color equal to, and it uses BB code. So you can do a lot of fun things. For example, like we saw before, I don't know if it's still here, but you can make it have waves, you can make it have icons. You can do a lot of customization with the code. You can see here that we have rainbow frequency for the waves. So if you look into BB code, if you look into print rich text, you should be able to find the notes. But all I'm doing is I made a function to already take care of that. So anytime I want a colorful message, I just do print debug message, say the message, and then say the color, and then even up here, I have colors so I don't have to worry about saying the, for example, tomato every time. I know I want red, so I just say error, so it finds everything. And size, and I do that, and it's a fun way to press nice, indeed. And yeah, they're different. JavaScript is easy than Java, because Java is ancient. And now I know Node.js when devs went woo! I do not, Node.js does sound familiar, but I can't recall why. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. So what I want to do is I want to print out a message for the flavors, and I want to see what's true, what's false. So I am checking the Godot documentation for this percentage, and what is it called again? I forget. Placeholder, yes, placeholder. Holder scripts, SCRIPTS. Placeholder scripts, how does this work? %s is for string. I'm looking for the one for a bool. So if I go here, and basically Node.js allows you to build JavaScript apps outside of your browser, stuff like web servers. Oh, that just sounds scary. Oh boy. Let's see, where can I find placeholder sprites? I forget exactly where is it called. Precision. Oh, here we are. Format strings. That's what I'm looking for. Format strings. And yep. Oh boy, I see why you shudder now. We have %s, and what I need to do is I'm looking for booleans. So we have a decimal, a integral, aha, sure, those are words. A simple conversion used to string. Okay, if I had to guess then, we could probably get away with doing %s. And what I'm doing here is something I learned off a stream for one of you, where this %s allows us to replace our, replace the string. It makes it easier to see. So what I can do here is if I do flavor 1 %s, we can then do flavor 2 %s, and then we can say our new product. So we can do this here, flavor 1, flavor 2, and then product. So has product. Let's see here, has product. If it lets me, H-A-S, H. Why can't I do capital H? Oh, that is capital H. Never mind. I take it back in true developer. Oh boy, that does sound scary. Oh me, oh my. Let's see. Has product. P-R-O-D-U-C-T. Product. There we are. We can do something like that. And then we also want to make one for our other guy. So I want to say has flavor. So I want to see has flavor, F-L-A-V-O-R, and I also want to say has product. So we'll remove this guy here and say has product, has P-R-O-D-U-C-T. And the reason I'm doing it this way, hold on, flavor test, has test. Let's see, has, has, there we are, has test. The reason why I'm using these guys is because they're nice, they're a lot of fun. So instead of doing, let me show you why. If I click on this guy here and we do this guy here, it's then going to be, I would have to do this guy here, and then we'd have to do plus, and then we'd have to do that, and then we'd have to do plus, and then we'd have to do, hold on, plus, and then we'd have to do this, and then we'd have to do another plus. So like, let's see, this here, and then we'd have to do plus, and then we'd have to do has flavor 2, and then if I click on you here, and then we'd have to do plus, and then we'd have to do you again, and then we'd have to do, I hope you can see why. This is a simplification of this. And the way it works is that we would grab this flavor text string, we would put it here like this, and then I can do %, and then put everything I want to enter into an array. So we have our flavor 1, like that, we have our flavor 2, and then we have our product, there. So this is just a way to make sure we don't have to do all of that. And hi, 1010, welcome in the stream, welcome in, welcome back, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me double check here. Yes, indeed, I do remember that name. And sits on the back seat and points finger with a cup of green tea. Look there, look there, crashes out laughing. Oh boy, let's see. With that said, all I have to do is do this instead of this, which I find, once I learned what it was, I found it to be a lot easier. And then we'll just duplicate this guy. We'll do the same for has test, only it'll be a little bit different since we only need the has flavor and has product. So we'll grab this guy here, and we have has flavor, and this is has product. So has product, and then has flavor. So let's see, this is flavor first, actually. So flavor first, and then product next. And that'll be that. So we can go ahead and remove all of you here, save it. And this should allow us to see anytime the message is print. What I'll also do is I'll do a utility.print, and I should have a line separator. I do indeed, print debug line separator. That way, we can also tell where the lines are separating. So it'll print out something like this here for each separated line. So hopefully we can get a good idea now of everything that's happening and the system's updating. And honestly, Godot GDScript looks interesting in hands of smart being like you, but it completely crumbles in mine. I'm sure it's a matter of trying. One thing I can say that I really enjoy in GDScript compared to C++ is the fact that you can use words. For example, you don't have to do this instead of is not. And that's been one of my favorites. Or for loops have been fun to do as well. For blank in blank, that has been nice compared to like the other ones you'd have to do. It's like plus I and then the entire thing, and then you'd have to use like this symbol in between some of them. It definitely feels nicer. I can say that. If I click on play here, let's see now what it prints to us to see if we can debug it. Oh, as well, hold on. Let me add our guy here to make sure that we know what our current task is. If I click on you here, I should then be able to do squiggly line task, paste that into there. There we are. Okay, task should now be on screen. There you go. All right, so now we're back in here. We go to the cafe. Let's see now what it prints out to us. So if I pick up this guy here and we place it on the desk, we get flavor 1 is true, flavor 2 is false, product is false. We have 2 has flavor, false, has product, false. That is true, that is what we want to see. And again, what I'm expecting to see is true, true, false. And then I want to see true, false. And I really agree with GDScript. That's so fun to write and easy compared to any other languages out there. Actually. I've also been told that out of all the languages, C++ is one of the harder ones, which I was surprised by. Thankfully though, initially I went to college for game development for about 2 years, so that's where I learned C++ in a controlled environment before dropping out, because I realized I'm not learning in a game engine. I want to use a game engine. I don't want to use console. Hence why we're here today. If I put this guy down, we have true, true, false, true, false. That is what I want to see. Now, what I'd like to see is if I pick it up, I want it to say true, false, false, and then I want it to say false. How can we make this easy? Expected result, maybe, possibly? I don't know. It's a little bit hard to see because of the words. I might just want to make it white. The white might be easier to see than the blue. And defined, it hashtag defined, is it not equal? Or, if there isn't, or. Hi, Agape, welcome in the stream, welcome in, and welcome back. Hashtag define, oh boy. And hi, are you teaching game programming? Hi, Peanut. And no, I am not. I have barely a clue what I'm doing. It's more of a thing of I'm learning, you're learning, let's both learn, because this is like, what's it called? I like to describe it best as we're both in the library, we're passing notes to each other. I have a little bit of knowledge, but I can assure you, this is the second game I've ever made. And the first game I made was like a game jam. So it was made in 24 hours compared to this, which I've been making for almost 2 years. So the second game, so I'm very low experience. And hi, Ox, welcome to the stream as well. Welcome in. Well, that said, let's see what it says when I pick up the object. What we're expecting to happen is I want it to go instead to, and thank you for the follow. Thank you, and welcome in again. And I mean, you said something about using words, so like, you use one or the other. You don't mix them. You don't put the bar and then you do or. That's painful. Oh boy. What I want to see when I pick up this object is, I want it to say, let's see, I want it to say true, false, false, and then I want it to say false, false. So let's see. True, false, false. True, false, false. False, false. And yet, hold on. I think I did it right? We only got this notification once. Hold on. It seems to be working here. Never mind, I take it back. We have this guy here. Yeah. So true, false, false. We put it back down. It's now true, true, false, false. That's true. We pick it up. We have true, false, false. And then we have false, false. That does make sense. That is what we're expecting to see. Or is the bar that replaces /n /n? Oh, and how old are you? Hi. And no comment on that one, though I can't say that my birthday recently passed, which has been lovely. We had a little bit of a celebration, but you consider ages, eons. And how do you learn multiple subjects? How do you manage your time? That's the fun part. I don't. Or at least, out of all the skills I have, time management definitely is my poorest, and I've been working on trying to get better at it. So I cannot give you any advice in the slightest on how to do that. What we'll do next is we'll pick up an item, and you can see that it says spell requirements have already been met. However, I'm not seeing or I am seeing it. We have this guy here, so we have true, and then we have true, and then we have false and false. So that seems to work out somewhat well, and then when we put it back down, we have that guy there. So I think I definitely do want it to check whenever the player interacts with something. Maybe that's the best way to go about it. Spell requirements have already been met. That is what we want. Anytime we pick it up, because there's 3, we should only have 2. And time management, the sleeping 5 hours count. And yeah, she doesn't. She's like full of interruptions to stay inefficient CPU. And what are you going to do with that? Oh boy, and how do you learn multiple subjects? I see, I did read that one. Lovely. And that bar is replace /n, Twitch is one line, and don't want to clutter the chat. Oh my, let's see. Put it down, pick it up. This is what I expect to see. And if I go ahead and throw this away, we no longer have 3 items. I don't want that orange message to appear again. But because of the bug, it does not. It changed its mind then. It was saying it before, and you can kind of see it saying it again, which is interesting. We have this guy here and then this guy here. They're kind of both printing out, which is odd. Okay, so something's printing out twice, if I had to guess. Something is off in that regard. And how do you split your time to learn multiple things? I try my best to do either a little bit a day, or I try to spend a day on each specific thing. And now I cannot log into your game dev, you're a magician, not even joking. Oh, sweet, I do appreciate it. Let's see here. Something's off here because it's printing twice. So what I want to do is I also want to see about, because this prints, every time it runs, it prints out the line at the very top. So this section is different than this section. And what I'm noticing is if I click on play again, and we, let's see, click on play here, go back into our level guys here, and I click on new here. If we click on bitter, yes, good. You can see line, good to go. We grab another one, it's going to be another line, that's good to go. So we have 2 lines, that is expected. We're expecting now another line because we're grabbing a new thing, and we should also get the orange message. We do. And do we have, let's see, we know we have 1 line, yep, that's good to go. 2 lines, interesting. This guy didn't do a line. I see. Well, we do get the message, so that's good. And then if we throw this guy away, now I expect to see another line. And we get another, no, we get it twice. Spell requirements have already been met. And then another line, and then it has true, false, 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 true. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll keep working on this. Ad breaks are about to start, so we'll let them do their thing. And why is that called bitter 6? It's because of the object spawn. Each object spawn has to have a different name. So for example, that was bitter 6. I think this is bitter 7. Or this will be like sweet, I think 8. If I grab this guy here, yeah, it's a number system for names, just so I can tell what is what. Let me go ahead and click on that guy there. There we are. The issue I ran into is that if everything had the same exact name, it got angry, and oh boy, I don't speak of that here. Let me go ahead and get some coffee. Tasty. There we are. I, unfortunately, don't have any tea today. Usually I drink coffee before stream, but I was waiting on a sugar delivery, and it only arrived, I think, 10 minutes before stream, so I was scrambling around to get coffee together since I hadn't had my morning coffee. I usually have 2 cups of coffee, 2 cups of tea, 2 cups of lemonade, and then 2 cups of water. So lots of hydration. It's super fun. Well, I say fun. It is fun. I try my best to keep things, what's the word I'm looking for? Flexible, not the word. Exciting, there we are. That's a nice word for it. It's enjoyable to try out different drinks and whatnot. Unfortunately, the coffee I have brewed today has too much salt in it, and it tastes salty, which is something I thought I'd never hear say. The thing is, you add salt to coffee to make it less bitter, but I just eyeballed it. I didn't measure it. I think I might just have to start doing that by now, because it's okay coffee. It's not good, not bad, but we'll see. Ad break has about 1.5 minutes left, so let's do some stretches while we're waiting, shall we? Let's start off by going to the right here a little bit. And as you're doing these, or do them at your own discretion, you know, and they call a doctor, call a lawyer, don't call me. I am not to be held liable for anything that might break or crack. So let's go to the right here, and then we'll go to the left here. And I went away from coffee, and the only coffee you've ever settled on is latte. Ooh, or I have not heard of that one. Hold on. To the left here a little bit. I gotta Google that. Then to the back a little bit. And then let's go to the front a little bit. There we are. That's a nice stretch. I do enjoy the stretches. And wait a minute, I just checked your itch page and it says you made everything, the programming, the music, the art. How long does that take you? I did make everything. As I said before, I've been working on this game for almost 2 years. So within that time frame has been everything I've been making. The thing was, I didn't want to make music initially. I was just going to find music to put into the game. But since I'm making a rhythm game, you kind of don't have to know how music works, so I had to take a detour to learn music, but thankfully, some people on stream happen to be music majors as well as a music teacher, so I was able to get some lessons to learn how music works and learn and try to compose all the music. And do you like coffee? I do indeed. It's a lovely thing. Unfortunately, caffeine doesn't work for me, so I don't get more energized with coffee. I don't get more energized with coffee. I just drink it for the feeling. It makes me feel productive with business. So that's why I tend to drink it during or before when I wake up. It sets me in the right mindset. And hi, Banafi. Speaking of coffee, welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back as well. Well, that said, we have about 10-ish seconds left. So shall we continue, shall we? But yeah, we're still, yes, hold on. Let me see. Unfortunately, can you imagine how much I could get done if coffee worked on me? Ristretto, a short concentrated shot of espresso made with the same amount of coffee grounds, but half the water. Oh, huh. So it's just a ratio of more coffee to water then, if I had to guess? Possibly? Interesting one. I know that there's different percents and ratios, and that's another reason why I like coffee, because it feels like you're doing science and percentages and ratios and figuring out the exact amount of time temperature to do something for the exact amount of time. And welcome back from the ad break. And yeah, pretty much, I see. Interesting. I will have to look into it a little bit more. With that said, welcome back from the ad break. Shall we continue? If we go to here, what I'm wondering is why it says spell requirements have already been met twice. It should not say that, but for some reason it does. We want our overflow detector to only work when it has, you can see, right, so there's 2 lines here. Watch what happens when I pick it up. It says it. It shouldn't say it. No need to say it because spell requirements have already been met. They have not been met yet, though. But for some reason, when we initially pick it up, oh, you know what? I wonder if it's because of the way things are getting called, possibly. And then you sip it and go like, ew, man. And then you go like, I love it. Sips, ew. And the cycle begins anew. Oh boy, let's see here. I'm wondering, so if I had to guess what's going on, it first does this function, and then it does this function, and then it does this function, and then it goes back to this function. So I think it's calling these signals order of operation incorrectly, which is a little unfortunate. So we'll have to figure that out. I wonder why that is doing the way it is. What we can see is that we do player, oh, you know what? Do we ever run this function here? We don't. Interesting. Let's see. Player has collected item. Yeah. So this runs when the player collects an item, and this runs when the table is updated. And we run this update table status whenever we pick up something and put something down. So I'm wondering, maybe we have to grab the information from the player instead of the table? Everyone holds information differently, and I try my best to make sure that everyone has a home. For example, I use a lot of managers. So I have a customer manager, I have an item manager, I have a ghost manager. So anytime I'm spawning dishes, it's because I'm using an item manager. So this guy here is responsible for spawning and deleting items. And then this table here is responsible for all the items it has on the table. But item manager still spawns and deletes them. So I'm wondering, instead of sending the manager into the code, do we send it through the player? Because the player also has to know what they're holding. So I'm wondering, because if I go to player, what you'll be able to see here is that the player themselves has to know what's on the table, because it lets the player know if they still need flavors or products, what ingredients are missing. So when this is set, when this is modified, it is correct. We know it's correct. So I'm wondering, maybe instead of calling it from the table, we call it when we update the player's information. That could work. And I'm trying to make a game too, but I'm seriously afraid of getting into music. Like, no idea where to start. I guess I would have to steal from it, or I wouldn't be stealing, especially if people give you, or if people say it's credited. I'm hoping to do a music stream soon. That'll be a lot of fun, but I want to make sure we do the tutorial first. But if I could say on how to get started, what I can do is if I do exclamation, let's see if this works, exclamation MUSICGS, that should hopefully maybe lead you in the right direction. I was linked an entire, oh, it didn't work, hold on, let's see. Exclamation MUSICGS, there we are. Hopefully that works and sends it to both. It should, it sent it into Twitch and YouTube, lovely. I started off learning, and any links that I found, any links that the music teacher sent me, I put into a playlist. So hopefully that can at least get you started in the right direction. And legendary comeback incoming, oh boy. I've been trying to prep for it by refreshing my memory on what note goes where, because wow, oh, my memory, I tell you. Oh boy, so let's see here. For our player, when we are checking their inventory, we have right up here, we have, let's see, on animation finish, allow player movement, nope, here. This is the function that determines what shows up above the player. So I'm wondering, instead of calling it with this function, so instead of update spell requirements that goes, let's see, here. Instead of, you can see delete item from plates, and this is where we update the player as well. I'm wondering, maybe we just do it on the player and check with the player instead of the table, because we check it on the table, but there's other places we check it for the player. So I'm wondering, maybe if we do that, but it makes me question, maybe not. So maybe instead of moving or keeping the function on the desk, maybe we move the functions to the player and check it on the player instead of checking it on the desk. I think that'll work out a little bit better. To do that shouldn't be too bad, I say, and then it could be truly bad, but we'll see. What we'll do first is we will remove that table status has been updated here. We'll then save this guy here, and hi, Glaxy! Is it Glaxy or Glaze? Glaze, possibly? Welcome into stream, and please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. Hello from YouTube, hello, and welcome in. Let me go ahead, and what we'll do here then is go to our update spell requirements here, and this is where I'm thinking we can have these guys. So, has flavor, when all of these guys get sent and checked, this is when we'll update the table status. So we have has flavors here. We also have has flavor here. We also have the has product here. So I'm thinking we update it here. And then anytime the player picks up and puts down an item, what are we seeing? So let's see, let's go back to our, we're looking for our detection, so our detector, here we are. So in our detector, we not only check to see what the player has collected, there's an area for drop that we haven't made yet, and there's also a get item type that is not important. So let's see here, we also have update table status. So we have table status updated and also player has collected item. And this guy here, where are we using you at? To search everywhere in my code, I'm using Control-Shift-F, which allows me to see anytime I use this in the script, which is not a lot. And you're definitely not YouTube. Your name is literally says Galaxy, or Glaxy, right? Glaxy? You're not Samsung, imposter among us? And no, I just made a typo when typing. I say, when making your name, do you mean? Oh boy, let's see. And if I code it here, you'll see that I only have this signal in player, we have it in utility, and we also have it in the overflow detector. So what I want to do is find it in the player. And we have this when the player collects the item. So what I'm hoping is, now with this guy here good to go, I'm hoping we should be able to see it clear. And I don't want to make the color blue. I don't like the way that looks. We'll just go ahead and change the color as well. It's not a big deal, but I don't like how the blue feels. So let's change it to like white, I think. It'll give it like a cool brackets. So let's see, I think title is white, or do I just have a white? I see. Yeah, we'll make it title. It'll make it have some brackets around it, but I think that'll be fine. So let's click on play here, and it's not what it looks like. I see. Is there another name I should call you by then? Let me click on levels here, let me click on you here. So by moving the function to the player instead of keeping it on the desk, let's see, I definitely know you're a twister, oh boy. So by moving it there, let's see what it looks like now, what it reads as. If I click on you here and I click on bidder, we have attempting to give player bidder item, player has been given item, that's good. We put it on the table here, and we have the message flavor true. So we have true, false, 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 false. That is good. When I pick up this guy here, we have false, 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 false all across because there's nothing on the board. That is what we want. And then we want one true. So this so far, so good. It makes sense. Let's go ahead and pick up this guy. Now we should have two trues. So true, true, yes. And then we have false, and then we have true, false. And almost 10 years ago, I came to Twitch to make my room less silent. I usually open streams on Lark while studying or doing other stuff. If I met you back then, it would have been so great. My room would be filled with nonstop talking. Oh, that's so sweet. I can't say I've only been streaming for almost 2 years now. So 10 years ago, oh boy. I do appreciate the sentiment though, and I'm happy I can keep you company with your productivity as well. That's always super duper nice to hear. That's very sweet too. Let's see here. We have true, true, false, true, false. Yes? Okay, and when I pick this guy up, I am expecting it to say true, false, false, false. I only should see one true. We get, let's see, we have true, true, false. Yes, true, false. Something seems off. It's doing it again, I think. And approve it in a nerd way why are you in this live? Huh? No need at all. Let's stay focused on topic here. And when you started streaming 2 years ago, was it this project as well? Yeah, the thing was, initially, I was a YouTuber, so I did YouTube videos, but I realized I didn't enjoy editing, I didn't enjoy scripting, and I tried out streaming because my favorite part of content creation was getting to chat with people and talk about things and yap as much to my heart content. So 2 years ago, I started streaming because I thought maybe that would be a good medium, still keep making things. And like you can say it, that worked out great. I'm enjoying every second of this. If I go back down to here, we can see true, true, false, true, false. That is true. If I pick up this guy, it should say spell requirements have already been met, which it does. Okay, we'll throw this guy away. I don't want to see it say that again when I pick this guy up. It does say it when I pick this guy up, and that's why I am confused, confuzzled even, might one say. Editing is rough, streaming suits you? It does. I can 100% say that. And all I had to do was just click on play and then click on record or click on start and just speak like this. Oh boy, it'd be swell. So let's see here, update table status. Something's still a little bit off. The issue right now we're running into is that order of operations still a little bit off, and do what every game dev or gamer does. Let's see here, do what you do here, and okay, so we're good to go there, and then we are good to go here and here. There we are. Lovely, lovely. Okay, and let me scroll down here too so I can see things. Okay, good, lovely. With that said, let me go ahead and click on you here. All right, so player has collected item. What I'm wondering is, because we have get item type, item collected, and then this is where it does the guy app for the spoke requirements have already been met. Where are we using this player has collected item at? We're using it in the player when the player collects the item. We're sending it out there. And let's see. And on YouTube side of things, if you wouldn't mind bringing the topic back to here, it's a little bit difficult to read chat, the two different chats, and there's two different conversations going on. So if you could get back to the topic of this, that would be lovely, as it's a little bit hard to read. And already, I have to program, but trying to make sure we follow along with chat, it's also a little bit difficult. Let's see, let me click on spellcasting screen here, you here, okay. So what we were doing was we needed to go to the player. We needed to click on you there. Good to go. Lovely, lovely. And what I wanted to see about was in our player here. There we are. And if I go to you here, what we're looking for is player has collected item. Let's click on you here. Click on find. Now we're in player. Lovely, lovely. And multitasking 3 at once. I'm telling you, I only have so much dedicated RAM. Oh boy, let's click on player here. Player has collected item. So I'm wondering, maybe this collect item utility, player has collected item, maybe we should say player has dropped the item in a mint. And not gonna lie, Eris, I'm frankly shocked that you are coding while reading 2 separated chats and responding. As I said, as long as things can stay on focus, usually I can do it, but it depends. And multiple conversations start happening, then it gets like, the lines get crossed. Oh boy. Let's go back here into our detector. Detector here, and in our detector, what I'm wondering is, do we maybe update this function here so player has dropped item and say, or check again, maybe possibly we could do that? Maybe? So player has collected item, and then we check the item type, and then we say, spell requirements have already been met to see if we have the item type, and we match if has product, has flavor. Possibly we could do that in 64 gigabytes. Now it's supposed to be real. Oh boy. Let's see. Play. Oh no. Mentally, not my computer. I think my computer's got a good amount of RAM, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it says it there, but yeah, I definitely do. My computer. Me, on the other hand. That's a different story. Oh boy, let me go back into not the debugger here. We were at the bottom of the output. Lovely. Okay, so here, player has dropped the item. I'm wondering if we want to maybe we can update it here. My issue is that at the moment, our functions are the signals. The signals are saying things before they happen. That's the issue at the moment. And I'm wondering, is that going to be an issue in the long run, or is it okay that these signals don't happen back to back? So for example, if I do this guy here, do this guy here, I'll also add a separator here as well. So we'll do this guy here, just so we can see things. I'm going to mute the message for telling us the information here for now. And what I'll do is I'll click on play. And then what I want to see, and she has more wham and ba-bam than ram. Kablam! Let's see. Go back to here, go back to here. Click on you here, and the math makes sense. The math is mathing. Let's click on you here. Bitter. All right. We can see that the line. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't consider that. Hold on. We have player has been given bitter cake. We have this line here. Interesting. All right. You there. You there. All right. You have been placed down. We have then you here, another line, good to go here. And then we have you, another line here. We pick you up. Yeah, I think right now, the issue at the moment is that my information is getting confusing. I am having a hard time understanding what's going on in the console. The console's not making too much sense. I'm getting confused. So, at this point, maybe we make a system to be able to see what's going on that might help a little bit more, because I look at the console and some of it's helpful, but other times it's a little confusing to see the detection system. So I'm wondering, maybe this is not the right way to show the information and try to repeat it back. That might work out a little bit better, because I am getting confused and saying, I guess he's been counting down numbers of wham. So what we'll do instead is we will remove this. And then what I want to do is, instead of saying the true and false, what I'm thinking is we'll remove this as well. And I want to make a different way to test the system instead of doing these guys, because I'm getting confused. And I have 8 gigabytes. Those are rookie numbers. How about 6, huh? How about 4? Let's see. So we'll go back in here. We'll go on to our player. And what I'm thinking is, maybe we add a guy here to check and update. We could do that. So what I'll do very quickly is, how can we do this? How can we do this? I want to make it simple. It's just a debug tool. I don't want to go too in-depth with it. I just want to make sure it's something that I can see and understand. That's my issue. And how about, and let's see, when you've been doing it this long, let's see. If I click on you here, click on you here. I saw the hard drive, but I choose not to acknowledge it. Let's see. I am going to see about doing our debug screen. That might help us out here. So debug screen here, debug screen. That's this screen here. This has been helpful with trying to figure out what's going on. This has a level data. You can see there's sheets here. So what I'm wondering is maybe we can add another guy to our debug screen. That might be the easiest way. Grins, don't you dare! Oh boy. If I click and duplicate on you here, and then we see about you here, why are you angry? Why aren't you happy? Yeah. What ails you? Let's see. Move that there. There we are. Okay, so what we'll say is this will be not our game state container. We're going to call this our requirement container. REQUIREMENTCONTINER requirement container. I like the sound of that. Let's go ahead and enable you there. And then after that, let's see, you're both game state. Are you? Interesting. Hold on. Hide show. Yeah, your game state container. Your requirements container. Yeah, okay. Hold on, let me move you to here. I think that's fine. No, it's not. Interesting. Okay, so if I hide you, yeah, and then I hide you, I see. Okay, we're doing this a little bit often. That's that there. This is the game state container here. Who did I duplicate? Hold on. Let's grab this name here, requirement container. And you're using Linux or in Windows? Is it just literally opening the task manager? I am definitely not. And what am I looking at? Exactly. That's where we're getting a little bit confused at the moment. If I go ahead and undo this guy here, we'll remove that deletion. So we have a requirements container. Remove that there, remove that there, remove that there. There we go. All the toggles, all of my duplications should be good to go now. Okay. Game state. This is the guy I wanted to duplicate. If we close all of this, you should hopefully be able to see we have level data, customer, ghost, cheats, and then game state, which is our level data. I'll go ahead and duplicate this guy. This gives us a second guy. And here is where we won't do game state instead. And I don't like how that has a space. Hold on. Let's go ahead and remove you here. Game state, game state, game state, game state. Remove that space there. There we go. Back into here. Let's go ahead and make sure that you are not our game state. We're going to call you our requirement settings, or requirement detector. So DETECTOR, I believe. And approved in your reference. Now do games development. And let's see here. And the lifeline, get this wrong. And let's see. Requirement detector here. You there, you there. Okay. So we'll make you our requirement container. This is our data area here. Let's change the color to be something else. Let's see. And as I said before, the conversation does not persist to this. I am not able to answer it for again. Single question, single thing. So I would not be, nope, not at all, as I said. And why did the bicycle fall over? I was too tired. Oh boy, and this is very, hold on, did I miss something? I don't believe so. Let me scroll back up to see. I don't think so. Let's scroll back down here. But that said, and this is a place of this place is very mature humor. Oh boy. Let's see, click on you here, you here, you here. Okay, so for you guys here, we're going to call this our flavor. So flavor one detection. Flavor one, DETECTION. Flavor one detection. You're going to be flavor two detection. Flavor two detection. And then we're also going to call this our product detection. So PRODUCTDETECTION. Product detection. I think this will work out better. So this will give us true and false depending on what is on the board. Let me go and hide this here. And now the only reason until she turns off the string. Hold on now, as I said before. Reel it back in. It makes it a little bit difficult to read. Let's see, back here, good to go, lovely. Okay, so flavor one detection, flavor two detection, and then product detection. So let's go ahead and save this guy. Let me make a backup here, breathe.
Check 14 just redeemed, breathe.
Also, I completely forgot, let me also make sure to do, if we go back into here, let me make sure the redeem is enabled. There we go. Okay, lovely, that has been good to go, Ah, yes, I has food, I has breath. Let's go ahead and do some breathing exercises then, shall we? Let's go ahead and slowly breathe in. Hold it, then breathe out. Welcome in, Miss Enderpina. Welcome into stream. Let's go back in. Hold it, then breathe out. One more time, breathe in. Hold it, and then breathe out. There you go. Don't you feel much better now? And I can have more. And how's it going? It's going slow. The issue we're running into at the moment is that I'm trying to debug and I'm having a little bit of difficulty figuring out our debug tools. So what I'll go ahead and do now is in our changes here, I'll save a backup here just so that if I make changes then that we can't go back, we'll have things changes. We're good to go. That said, we have flavor one detection, we have flavor two detection, product detection. I want some more variables. I now also would like to have a guy that says whether we have, okay, what we'll do is I will make a HBox, I think it's going to be, yes, HBox. I'll make an HBox container here. And then what I'm thinking is we'll have an HBox guy here. We'll then do a flavor container here. And then we will have another HBox container. Hold on, HBox here. Another HBox container. And then we'll have this HBox container that has this guy here. And that way, hopefully, if I duplicate this guy, now you can kind of see, hopefully. And what are you doing? Breathing exercises? Yeah, there was a breathing routine can check. So breathing exercises shall be done. Then we'll go ahead and say here for our has product, has product, has PRODUCT, has product. And this is going to be our line 2, line 2, line 2, CONTINER. This is going to be our line 1 container. So we'll go ahead and set this to line 1 container, like that. And then we'll do here our has flavor, has flavors, CONTINER container. I think that's what we'll call it, yeah. And then we'll have product container. There we go. So instead of looking and printing everything out, I want to make this guy detect everything. And difficulty set to 20 each, and you have to do ultimate custom night over attention management every day of the week. It is mad impressive. Oh, how sweet. Oh boy, that's the thing though. I can say I when I started stream this morning, I was super duper tired. I woke up early, but then I fell back asleep, and then I woke up again, and then I fell back asleep, and then the next time I woke up, it was 30 minutes until stream. But thankfully, the second time I woke up, I made sure to make sure everything was prepped. Oh boy, oh boy. With that said, let me go ahead and click on you. And now what we can say is, we'll have an area to update the game. So I'm going to grab all of our requirement containers, hold down shift to select everything, and then we're going to do access as unique name. I don't even know if we're going to use all of these. This is just here so we can test things and debug. Now I'm going to hold down, I believe it's control shift, drag and drop all of you into here. Yep, and we'll also hold down you here for control. We won't even need all of these guys. I just have them here to make things easier to see. And the good old just 2 more minutes into mild panic of now time. Know it too well. Hi, Eska, welcome in. I assume you've been lurking, but if not, welcome in, and welcome to the chatting. And yes, indeedy, the just 2 more minutes. Oh boy. We'll then make a function to make this a little bit easier. So we'll do a function here, and we'll call it update, UPDATE, update table item, ITEM, item and player, PLAYER, STATUS, player status. We'll then set this to be void, and then we'll set this to be enter. And yes, professional lurker, I see. I do enjoy a good lurk. So that said, now this is where we're going to update everything, so we won't have to worry about anything else. We can just check. So this is where I'm wondering, do we want to make, you know what? That could be useful. If we made the table universal, it could help in the sense of the player's universal. So anywhere in the scripts, we can check the player. But if we made the table universal, that would be a good idea. The only unfortunate thing is that I'm running this every time process happens. So it makes me wonder, do we want to do this in process? The good news is that since my game is small, we don't have to worry too much about things loading up or getting a lot of bloat. If it's doing a check every second, I don't know. And yay, I got a kitty named Ame and Mew just now. Oh, congrats, how adorable. For a second, I thought you meant you got a kitty in real life. I was supposed to say double congrats, but you know what? That's still just as cute. I could say that 100%. I'm wondering, and you know what? I think we'll go with that. I think it could be a good idea to make our table into our spellcasting desk. I think it could be a good idea to make the spellcasting desk a class. So we'll make this a class name, and we'll say spellcasting desk. And then what I'm going to do is on our initialization, we're going to do utility dot desk equals, and then we're going to say self, and then we're going to also go back to our utility here. We'll set this dot desk. Let's go ahead and give it a place to live. Do we have an area for player? Lovely, we do have here. So var for desk, we're going to set it to be desk. So spellcasting desk, we'll set it equal to null. There we are, good to go there. And do I need to get really fast PC to run this game? I don't want my frames dropping while I'm learning typing. Hopefully not. The thing is, it's a small game, so I doubt it. The good news is that because of the scope, shouldn't need a high PC. She's probably gonna die in a house fight to an Elden Horror this very evening, but still, thanks. Oh boy, let's see. Wait, hold on. Die in a house fight? What? Oh boy, let's go ahead and save this guy. Go back to our debug screen. So what I'm thinking is, instead of having a signal send out messages, I'm thinking we just have something that checks it. I think that'll be fine. I think that'll be a-okay. The question now becomes, for our desk, so if I go back to our desk here, our spellcasting desk, you here, hello, how are you doing today? We have a function for input, set settings based. Where do we have, oh no, we should be fine. We should be a-okay. We have flavors mounts, we have has products, we have flavor amount. So I think we're good. I would also want to see about flavor max. Maybe we can make that a var. Var has flavors, like that. And then I'm thinking is, we'll set this bool equal to false. And I want to do this too, just so that we can check everything in house fight. Let's see. If we scroll back down here, where do we use our flavor amount here? So Control F, or yeah, Control F is fine. So we have flavor amount here. It return has product equals flavor max. So yeah, okay, let's see. Return has spell product, good to go. Update item check. You there, flavor amount equal to 0, flavor amount plus equal to 1. Where do we check to see? Yeah, okay. I want to do flavor max just because I like the idea of having the 2 numbers. So let's see. Returns bool where there are 2 flavors in 1 product. So, you know what? We'll set has flavor equal to you there, and we'll just set it there. I think should be a good idea. So we'll just move that to that there, and then we'll set has flavors equals to there. I think that'll be a-okay and good to go. Everyone with 30 plus cats go burr! Oh boy, the one time I went to a cat cafe, I think there was like maybe like 20, if I had to guess, but oh, there were like 10 to a room, and it was lovely, and I did read that, lovely. Okay, so what I'm thinking is we have that there, we have that there, then our detector area here. So our detector, D-E-T-E-C-T-O-R, detector, there we are, okay. We won't need to have this guy here. And as I said before, I thought maybe having it as its own class was a weird idea, and I think that's the case. I like the idea of just doing this instead. I think this is simpler. And room 1 with cats already purr. Let's see. We'll go ahead and click on here then. We'll leave this guy for now. We'll leave it blank. We'll go back now to our, where are we going? To our debug screen. So debug screen here. Let's go ahead now and check. And the good news is that if this does work, then we can kind of just pop it out of our debug screen and put it into the game itself. So the game itself can check it. Hi, little robot games. Hello, welcome to stream, welcome in. And Midjourney is so fun, I wish cats existed IRL, could you imagine? If only. So what we're going to say is if player, let's see, if not player, or yeah, if player equal null, don't do anything, return, we don't need to do anything. What we also say is now, oh, hold on, you just need to hold on. Utility.player, yeah, okay. So if the player is null, return. Also, return if utility.desk is null. That's also something. And okay, it's time for me to see you go. See you maybe later. Well, thank you for stopping by and chatting for a bit. Is it Darshni? Possibly? Please correct me again. And welcome in as well. And it's purely fiction. If only. Oh boy, give me 1 second to clear my nose here. If I slide this guy over. Yeah, 1 second. We're all good to go. I feel much better now. Let me grab sanitizer 2, and then we should be good. Okay, so now, if we have the player, good. If we have the desk, good. Next up, what we need to do is choose all of our flavor detector you can see here. And so what I would like to do is see about if player equals 0. So this is where I would be a little bit concerned that as this was done once because I thought to myself, you're fine, surely. We don't have to do it multiple times. But now we need to do it like 6 times. So, yeah, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times. 5 times. It's 5. How's 5 times going to feel? Let me go ahead and get that notification. I believe it was off of YouTube. Yes, indeedy. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Cool Cat 5. Thank you, and welcome in. Let's see. So, now we have the case where we need to do this again 5 times. And we also have to do it here 3 times. So that's 8 times in total. Do we still want to go with this method here? Or do we possibly want to go with something a little bit different? I think a little bit different might be a better bet. But it makes me wonder how. How can we translate this data into something else that's easier to manage? Again, it's debug, so it doesn't matter. But considering we already did it 3 times here, we need to do it another 5 times. And at that point, do you really wanna? I just wonder. I truly do. But you know what? Maybe we save this for a future-made problem. Come back to it later because it's not the priority at the moment. We just want to get it to work. So what we'll do for now is, oh yeah, this is gonna be weird. And hi, Cursal. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. Hello. How are you doing, everybody? Hello. Doing very good. Much good. Very well. I do like making debuggers. The issue is just today I didn't want to do too much debugging, or not debugging. This is a dev tool. Yes, it's a dev tool. We're looking at we're making dev tools at the moment. Well, I do enjoy it, not as much as refactoring. I was hoping to get to more of the tutorial, but we can't do the tutorial until we know what we're looking at behind the scenes. So we have to take a little bit of a detour to make a dev tool. There we are. Words are difficult, I tell you. And typing game, typing very fun. Hi, is it Alyssara? Alyssara. Possibly, please correct me if I'm wrong. I do tend to butcher names. And typing game, typing very fun. Indeed. I am making a rhythm typing cafe game. If you'd like to check it out, what I can do is, if I do exclamation here, NECROTYPE, there you go. You can try the prototype up on itch, and I should be able to show you what the game looks like in a little bit. But indeed, I am making a game where not only is it a little cafe where you play as a little witch necromancer here, but you also get to serve customers and type out poems to the beat in order to summon food. Let me go ahead and click back to here, Let's see. So, the reason why I'm hesitant to continue this structure is because I do not like it. I do not like it, not one bit. So it makes me wonder, is there a way we can make this information or use this information? Because you can see lots of copy and paste, and this is not even the most of it. This is 6 in total, I believe, and we need 8. And that's why I don't want to do it this way. So we have if the player, if the desk, if not, continue. That's what I do know for sure. What I'm wondering then is if there is a way to do this a little bit differently. For example, here, what we can say at the very least is, let's see. We can say if utility player equal null. Let's just go by these one by one, and then we can simplify it later. I think that's our best bet. We have a lot of things we need to check, so let's just go down the list. What we first need to check to see is if the player is holding an item. If utility dot player, and then we need to do dot and then item. Otherwise, we set the item to null. So we're gonna do that first, and then what we can go ahead and say is in our debug screen, we can have here our has product. So let's see, what are we checking right now? What we need to do is check, we might have to do another one here. So we're checking here to see if there is a flavor in the first slot. We're checking to see if there's a flavor in the second slot. We're also checking to see if there is a flavor or a product total. Yeah, actually, we're gonna need another one. This is why I'm not too happy with this design, but it's okay. You know what? We'll see. We'll let this go out. We'll let this play out. I'm going to add another one, so we really do need a few in total. I'm only doing it this way for now, just because it's temporary. But again, I'm seeing the problem with it's temporary, and I don't like it. We're going to put here item held DETECTION. Item held detection. Let's just do that for now. And I also want to make this guy a little bit bigger because you're overlapping in a lot of different areas. Can we possibly make you a little bit bigger? Hold on. There you go. There you are. There you go. And wow, I am bad at typing fast. Well, I do warn you that the current version of the current tutorial is on the harder side. I'm hoping to make a game that's not your granny's type of slow, but I also don't want to make it OC level hard. I'm looking for a moderate difficulty. And still waiting for Godot. Oh boy, it needs to Godot. Oh boy, let's see. So if utility.player has the item, what we're going to say is that our item held detection. Oh, hold on. Gotta slide you up. There you go. Okay, you go here. Item held detection. There we go. Okay, we'll just put you here. Item held detection. Lovely. Copy you here. Save you here. So if utility player.has or player.item, we can say item held detection. And then what we're going to do is to set basic data. So set basic data. Dot set basic data. Set basic data. And then we're going to say item, and then we're going to give the item type, which is going to be depending on what the player is holding. And this is where it can get a little bit tricky. But what we can do is say advanced sprites. So advanced sprites, advanced sprites dot type dot how can we do this? Advanced sprites dot type dot find key, and then we'll just do whatever item the player is holding. That should make things a lot easier. Player dot item. It'll find the item dot type, whatever the item is. There we go. Okay. Otherwise, if the player's not holding an item, then we just want it to say item equals null. So item equals null in this case. Let's go ahead and do you here. We'll set you to null. And I completely forgot that we need to make sure that utility.player is utility.player. So let's go ahead. And coffee should be bitter. Coffee, it depends. I've had sweet coffee and bitter coffee. Currently, my coffee is actually salty. Because I added too much salt. The idea is that the salt cancels out the bitter. And speaking of coffee, let me get some. It's okay. It's just a little on the salty side, which is super duper unfortunate. We'll go ahead and remove that guy here. So, this guy is just checking to see if our player's holding an item. If so, what's the item? What's the type of item it's holding? That's what that's doing there. The next thing I want to check for the game, what I want to set up for the perimeters of data, is I'm gonna delete all of you, because we don't need you, technically speaking. What I want to do now is that if the table, so if utility.desk, desk dot, and then we have has, for example, we can do has flavors. And you know what? Do we even need to see about the flavor 1, flavor 2? I don't think so. Do we at all? You know what? I don't think so. We can modify this a little bit. So what we can do then is we don't need a flavor 1 detection. We don't need a flavor 2 detection. We don't need it. It's not needed for our concerns, for our testing. So I can go ahead and remove that. We just has flavors, has products. I'm gonna remove you two here to make things a little bit simpler here. So our first line has flavors, has products. I like that idea. We can then delete this line here, and then we have product detection. So does it have a product and does it have an item? And what I'd like to do as well is I want to make this guy go out of the list here. So if I just slide you to like here, possibly, maybe that could work kind of, sort of. It looks a little funny, but just not my preference. So we'll slide you up to here, then we'll move you there. Okay, I think this works out a little bit better. And it looks a lot cleaner now. So what we'll do again is we will delete everything that we just added and replace it. So we'll go back to here, then we'll go back to you here, grab all of you guys here using Control and Shift, and now we have the updated guy that's a little bit shorter because we really don't need too much information. What we're just checking, the whole point of this, to those of you that are just joining, let me show you. We're doing the tutorial at the moment, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to make a system that can detect if the player is holding an item that already exists on the table. So in order to make a spell, you have to have 2 flavors. Right now, what you can see is that 2 flavors are already on the desk, but the player is holding a 3rd. So in this case, we want a notification that says, hey, you're holding a 3rd. You don't need it. You can throw it away. That's the help of what we're doing right now. The issue is that we're running into a bug where it does it regardless. And so the notification system isn't working, which is why I'm making the system to visibly see and have the text update on screen so I can get a good idea of why it's doing the things it is. Why is it breaking? That's what we're doing at the moment. So you need 2 flavors. That's why we have has flavors and why we have flavor 1, flavor 2. So if I bring you back into this guy here, what we are now seeing about is if the player has an item, tell us what the item is. Yes, that's what I want. Does the desk have 2 flavors? If it does, then we say yes. Otherwise, we don't. But good news is that we don't have to even, or we do, don't we? If the utility desk has flavors, how can we do this? You know what? I think instead, we don't even have to do that. We can just say, because this is a bool. It's not a null. It's going to be a value, regardless. So you know what? We don't even need it. What we can say is has flavors container. So has flavors container, dot set basic, and then we say has flavors, flavors, has flavors, and then we can just say, set this to a string. So we can say string, or is it capital string? I think it's lowercase string, and then we just say you here, desk dot, has flavors, or that guy there, that works too, I suppose, if you want to go the long way, that there. And then we can also do it here for our has product. So has product containers, has product. And then we can just stay here, has product. So has product, has underscore product. If it lets me, hold on, delete you there. There you go. Has product, has underscore product. So has underscore product, product here. product. Is that what you want or is something angry? Oh, hold on. That guy there? Yep, okay. So identifier, oop, I completely forgot. Let's go ahead and just copy you here. There you go. If it lets me, copy you here, paste and paste. Okay, now are you happy? Hold on, you need to be a capital S then I'm guessing, so if I hold down Alt here, I should be able to change both of you. Yes, oh, hold on, again, STR, is that what you want? That's what it wants. Okay, so what we're looking to check is the item being held? Do we have a flavor? Do we have a product? Those are the questions we want to answer. There's 4 in total. So we have, has the flavor, true or false, has the product, true or false, what is the item the player is holding, and product, do true or false, product detection. I don't think we need product detection, truth be told. We have true or false, no, we do. We have has flavor, true or false, has product, true or false. If these are both true, or if one is true, then we don't want to say that it is overruled. So you know what? I think instead, let's just remove this product detail. I think we don't need it. I don't think we need it at the moment. So, with all of that said and done, our product detection can also get removed here. And that leads us, hold on, if I go ahead and delete all of you again, we grab all of you guys here that I believe we modify here. There we go. These are the only 3 we need. And that means as well that I can go ahead and unaccess the unique name. And then let's go back down to here, go back to our update status. And if everything was done in the way I hope it is, we have update data here. Let's go ahead and update the data. That way, it does it if it's processing. So, are you ready to see if this is going to explode in our faces? I sure am. Let's go ahead and click on that guy here. Let's go ahead and click on Godot here. If it allows me to open up the game. Here we are. If we go into our levels here, we go into this guy here. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can just have this show debug menu by default. Show debug menu, or let's see, toggle debug menu, something like that. Or did I not add it to the thingamajig? Debug screen visibility. If I just set you to true, or am I going to have to enable you? True here. Ah, lovely. Okay, so what you can see is that we have false, false, and then we have flavors, flavors, and then item. Okay. This needs to be changed. And hi Earth to Mr. Saturn. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And is the interactive shell something you made, or is it a plugin? It is a plugin. Specifically, it is the plugin. It is the Panku console. So if you go into this guy here and you type in PANKU Panku console, it should bring you to this one. This is the plugin I'm using at the moment. The one that shows you the console. I have found it's been super duper helpful. It reminds me of doing Minecraft commands. And hi, gotcha. Thanks for that. Thanks for asking. If it is a question I can answer, I will happily try to do my best. We'll move this guy to here to make it easier to see. Okay, that should be way easier. Save it, go back into the game here. Oh, press play, never mind. Let's click on play. Now let's see if it does. Oh, hold on, I also completely forgot. I want to make sure the debug menu is enabled. So if we go back here to debug menu, are you visible? You are not. Let's make you visible. Then click on play here. And let's see. With that said, click on play. Good to go. Go back to here. Go back to here. Okay, you don't want to show your visibility? That's fine. Debug screen visibility. Yeah, it'll change it to true. There you go. Okay, so here are the things we're looking for. You can see that it says false, false, null. Let me make this guy a little bit bigger to see on screen. And let me grab this guy about here. Let's move it over like that there. Slide it about that there. And hopefully that makes it a little bit more visible what's going on about there. There you go. Oh, hold on. If I undo that, there we go. Grab you here, slide you over to there. There we go. Okay, so right now, the table does not have two flavors, and the table does not. Oh, hold on. That says has flavors. Let me just, let's see. Go back to our debug screen here. Go back to you here. It needs to say has product. Product. Has product. Okay, take 500,223. That's clearly a real number. We'll click on you here. Go ahead then and do debug here. I don't know why. Hold on. Let me just see. Sandbox levels, you there? Debug. Ah, if I just click that on, that should automatically enable the debug menu by default. If I click back to you here, you here. Lovely. Okay, so take two. We have has flavors, has product, has item. The idea here is that we wanted to say that we have if I grab a cake, for example. Now, why are we angry? It says invalid thing on product item type, no 2D item. Interesting. So if the player has an item, if I click on this here, you'll be able to see that the item is an interactable, and an interactable should have a type. Do you not? You are just an, oh, hold on. Okay, we've got to modify it a little bit. We need to check to see if the item is an item. So hold on. If utility player.item and utility.player, player.item is item is item. Let's try that instead. There you go. Because our items are a little bit different. Our items, if I show you here, are an interactable. Interactables are things you can pick up in the world. So we need to check to see if it's an item, and then we need to check the sprite's type. So go back to here. So item.type actually is going to be player.item.type.sprite.type. There we go. Okay, now let's give that a go. So if I click on play here, now, are we good to go? Unity devs are in your hard games. Hold on now. I didn't try to make the game hard. It's just, I don't know how to set difficulty. Well, let's go ahead. Let's try this again. We grab this guy and it says product because we are holding a product. And if we put it on the table, it should say true because it's true. And we no longer have our product. So this is working as intended. We have has product false, item product true. So we're good. This is working. This is working as intended. Let's go ahead now and grab a flavor here. The player is holding a flavor, so that's good. It can tell us. And then when we put this down, this has flavor should be set to false because we don't have both of these guys. And you can see flavor pickup, so it is telling us the things. And hello, how you doing? Hi, Ahmed. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. I'm doing swimmingly. It's a lot of fun to develop, and I always have a lot of fun doing these things. So I am all rubbing to go. I'm enjoying myself quite a bit. And difficulty is very difficult to design, right? Technically speaking, difficulty is difficult to design. Maybe, no, difficulty doesn't have to be difficult. It's what you make of it. Oh boy, now that I'm holding this flavor, when I put it down, I'm expecting it to say true, true. Put it down, true, true. When I pick it up, I expect it to say false, true. There we have false, true. Okay, so the system does seem to be working. It's just a matter of whatever second system or whatever initial system we made, it didn't like it. So now what I would want it to do is that if these are both true, or if one is true, then we want to say, hey, yeah, you already are holding a thing. You're overflowed. So since it seems to be the case that our system is technically working, what I want to do is I want to do it some way, or I want to set it to some sort of signal to say, hey, the player picked this up and it's this at the moment. Difficulty is difficult to design. Oh boy, it depends on the person. I think some people just have a knack for being able to design difficulties, and true. Let's see. With all that said, this is working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this guy. Who needs you? We have player has collected item find here and here. And what I would want to do, let's see. We have utility.player has collected item. Where do we emit you at? We have .emit here, and we emit the item. What I want to do here is on collect item, let's go ahead and test. I think that's a lot better. Instead of player has collected item, we do this in our overflow detector. So this is the only area we use this signal at. So truth be told, the thing I would like to do instead is move this to a different spot, move it to a different place. And we're going to move it instead right now into debug, but eventually we're going to move it into its own area. The good news is that this guy works. So we just need to make it or you know what? I take it back. I take it entirely back. We could just pick it up and move it somewhere else. Where is that from exactly? SpongeBob, isn't it? And hi, Alyssa. Oh, hold on. Alysara? Maybe Alysara? Possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I do tend to butcher names, so welcome in. I think it's challenging, but not too hard. Yeah, it depends on the person. Some people find doing difficulty easier than others. I want to grab this guy, or I'm going to yoink all of you. You are all now mine. Copy you here, and then we're going to go to our, let's make a new script. I like that a lot better. So you are going to be our detector, DETCTOR. Yep, so universal, yeah. Okay. This will work out a lot easier. So make a screen here. We'll make not a debug screen. It is technically a debug screen. It's kind of, sorta. This screen here is just for a background. We're going to hide it if the player is not going to see this. This is going to exist as its own system. So I'm going to make it create new. Let's just make a new scene. That should be the easiest thing to do. We're going to make it a 2D scene. Yeah, do we want 2D? Do we want 2D? Let's make it a user interface scene. I think that's a lot better. And then we're going to do a overflow detection. OVERFLOW, overflow underscore DETECTION, overflow detection. There we are. And hey, I went really sad. I think I'm gonna go. Stay safe. No worries at all, Hardronics. I hope things do work out for you. That is not good to hear. I really do. It's never nice. But hopefully, whatever really sad happens is that it passes over soon enough. And I think paying attention to the upcoming words and focusing on timing more than what letters to press helps. It depends. From what the things I've been told about my game, the issue lies in the fact that you have to type, but you also have to pace your typing. And what a lot of people do is that they're very quick typers, but they can't pause when they're typing. So you get into like a flow state when it comes to typing. So it messes people up, which is good. I like a game that can mess people up, but it shakes things up. We have this guy here, and I wish I knew. Thank you. I can. That's, oh boy. Considering what happens to me on Sunday, yeah, 100%. Let me go ahead and move you back to here, and then let's slide you back to here. Let's save you to be there. Okay. So this is going to be our new data overflow detection system. I'm going to make a new script here. And that's it's going to be our own script. Stay safe, indeed. And then, what were we doing? From here, what we needed to do was do class name. Class underscore name, OVERFLOWDETECTION. Save that guy to be there. And then we'll go back to our debug screen. And we're going to pick all this up and move it somewhere else. So I'm going to just remove you here, go back to our overflow detection here, group you to be here, and then we're going to do you here, and then we're going to go to our debug screen here and here, and then we'll go ahead, update data, copy on you. If it's active, you are set to be active. If, populate, enable, if enabled, toggle visibility, if you show. Yeah, let's go ahead now, just copy all of this temporarily, like that, copy you, save you here, and then let's go ahead and hope you get over this take care. Yes, let's see. It took me a second with words. If I click on you here for item, let's go ahead and close item. We don't need item anymore. Let's go back to our overflow detection like that there. Okay, so we have this here, all of you here, and then let's also grab all of you. You don't need that anymore. You're good. You just need this. There you are. Now, why are you angry? Ah, I see. You don't have that anymore. You don't need to worry about that debug screen. We have a new guy on the scene, our overflow detection system. And with all that said, we now just need to go back up to here. Did we already grab our game states? Nope. We can then also go ahead and remove you here like that. Good to go. Like that there and that there. With that said, let me go ahead and save this guy. Okay, so we just need to enable this on ready, which is toggle visibility. We check our do show. If do show is active equals disabled, that's good to go here. For our populate data, don't need to do populate data. That is not a thing that we need to do. That is function that is way off. And hi, celestial drama, possibly? Silsila drama, possibly? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Hello, and welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And you've been streaming for 2 hours? When? I mean, how? Curse you! You made this so entertaining! How sweet! I stream for a total of 4 hours, and I try to do it 3 times out of the week. So I'll be streaming today, tomorrow, and the day after that. Today's programming. Tomorrow we'll be looking at some art and trying to study art, and then the day after that we'll be programming all over again. So let's see here. Toggle visibility, create static data container. Don't need you. We have is active, update data. We really only need to do this guy here, so we won't even need to do that there. Update game state. Yeah, your game state, actually, hold on. Who are you? Let's go back to this guy here, and yeah, you did the first one. That was 46% accuracy. You know what? That's better than, like, my usual 5. So taken. Wow, you have an organized learning schedule. I'd love to check out the art stream. I do recommend you do. Whether or not organized, that's to be determined. It's up to interpretation, but I do attempt to do my best, since it's also like programming where I have no idea what I'm doing and I'm just trying things out and seeing where they take me. Now our debug screen here, hold on. What are we angry about? Oh, hold on. Debug screen, undo our deletion, undo. Your populate data, undo. Undo. This is our debug screen. What did I delete? Hold on now. Undo, redo. That can be deleted. Yeah, okay. Update game state. Okay, and undo. That needs to be grabbed. Then redo. Okay. I think that's what we need. And then let's go back to our overflow detection. Go back to you here, and we need to have, oh, we do have it, update table, okay. And though the second customer stole my hat, and the character models are super cute, well, thank you, and stole your hat, hold on, now, the customers, you don't think they have a little bit of cuteness, do they all have the same hats, though? They all have a little hat, though. They all get a cool spider on it. I don't know what type of familiars I want other wizards to have, but immediately, the moment I thought I want to have a necromancer, I thought to myself, I do want a spider, and Eris, can we add a crime-fighting system to get the hat back? The thing is, this is the prestigious Wizard Academy. These are all fancy rich kids going to this big school. So crime probably wouldn't happen here. Funny part is, technically speaking, Gabby is breaking all laws of the wizard community. Because you're not supposed to make new magic. You're supposed to follow the system. If you're born a necromancer, you have to stay a necromancer. But she doesn't want to follow her line of lineage, so she's making a new magic. So technically speaking, she's a criminal. But just because there's one criminal doesn't mean they can have all the criminals. Let me go ahead and we'll remove our guy here. We'll set this to is active. If is active, update you here, set you to be that there. And there we go. Yes, crime of that. Hold on now. When did I say that? I don't think I ever. Did I ever say? I don't think I did. Let's see. Overflow detection system. You are this here. You are this here. Yep, that is that guy there. And hi, check. Oh, double check. Ah, I see. Hold on. I got confused. The name wasn't yellow. Hello, check. Welcome in the stream. Welcome back. Debugging screen. Mine is my swine debugger and debugger. That just sounds painful. I have no idea what those are, but they sound painful, especially wine. I feel like I recognize the wine one. We'll remove this create static data container because we do not need you. You're not required. Go away. There we go. And then we have ready here. We only need to have our you guy here. Overflow detection system. We need to have these guys here. Drag and drop you into here. Grab you here. Drag and drop you into here and here. Yep. Okay. Now, why are you angry? Function ready. Enable. If enable, we don't need you. Who needs you? Don't need you. There you go. If is active. We just have a at export var. At export var. We'll call this is active. And then we'll set it to be a bool. We'll set it equal to actually be true. There you will go. Okay, there you are. And there's supposed to be tools for inspecting processes at runtime. Oh, a debugger. Oh my. I see. Interesting. Kind of like what I'm doing then. I see. And there's supposed to be tools for inspecting. Yeah, that is what we're doing. I do remember at one point needing to look at like stacks and stack variables and all of these guys at some point another time. Scary stuff. It exists here, but I hope I never have to take a look at it. Oh me, oh my. We have process, we have update, we have all of those guys good to go there. I believe we should be fine. Save it. I would then like to take our cafe. We'll go ahead and we'll slide it over to here. This is the game screen itself. So we'll go ahead and go for our debugger here. Not debug. We're looking for our overflow system. Overflow system, let's make sure the changes we made are proper and that they're... Huh? Uh-huh. Okay, I think I know the issue. Let's delete that for now. Go back to our overflow detection. Let's go ahead and set the minimum size. Transforming size, copy value, paste value, like that. There you go. And then let's go ahead and shrink center. Shrink center. Like, will you allow me to shrink the center? Yep, that's good to go. And then will you let me get smaller? Nope, you have to be as big as that. Oh, hold on, undo. I meant to do copy here and ads incoming. My goodness already. And the difference is that I don't have the source and all I can do is stare at massive hexadecimals. Ugh. Interrupts of the process when exceptions arise in particular instructions. I do remember hexadecimal system. That was not fun. I can say that for certain. We'll set this to be paste value here. Reset the size to be, hold on. You should be this size here, and you should be paste value here. And let me go ahead and click on the ads so that they do their thing. And then when we come back and take cover. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and get some. Oh, actually, you know what? I've had enough of my not even sour, salty coffee. I'm gonna have some lemonade. Give me a second here. Yeah, way better. 100% better. Excuse me. I don't even know why I would fix my coffee. Usually I add a little bit of salt, but I added too much salt, so now it's off balance. So do I have to make more coffee and then merge the coffee together to balance it? Maybe, possibly. And I'm trying to remove domain lock on a multiplayer Flash game that was discontinued in 2010. Domain lock. Interesting. Multiplayer Flash game does ring a bell. I can say with certainty that this game here, the cafe game I'm making, it is definitely 100% heavily inspired by the Flash games you would play in those like era. For example, Papa's Pizzeria is a big inspiration. We also have Penguin Diner. That was also a big inspiration. I've always been a fan of cafe sims or management games. Have always been a favorite of mine. And what's up? What's up? And just dropping by to say hi before bed. What are you up to? Hi. Ooh, how do you say that? Is it Kitsun? Possibly? Welcome to the stream. Please correct me if I'm wrong, and I do hope you have a lovely rest, and thanks for stopping by just to say what's up! Well, that is fun. I hope your last is great, and while we're waiting on outbreak, so why don't we go ahead and get started with some next stretches then. Let's go to the left here slowly, and it's Kitsune. I see, you rated me before. I see. I tell you right now, my memory is bad. Super duper bad. Let me see if I can jog it. If I click on here. Let me see if I can double check and remember things. memory is failing me, but it's a-okay. I will have this on the second one so I can double check afterwards. And I was doing Holiday, Silk Song. Oh, I do remember that. I see. Yes, that does ring a bell. And it does have the typical Flash player look. I see. Yes, indeed, both. I do remember Flash, and I do remember Holiday pixel art that we rated before. I think I was just starting. Don't worry, I am horrible at remembering too. My mind, memory, goldfish, blub. I tell you, but that's all right. The thing is, the more I say things, the more I do things, the easier it gets. So eventually, and were those, what is this called? Were those not stickers, emotes he made. And switching to YouTube, if you forget or miss in the order, you can suck, or I'm just missing something. Hold on, did I miss something? Hold on, the second customer stole my hat. I don't think I missed anything, but do correct me if I'm wrong. And maybe the emotes were refresh your memory. I do remember them. I do remember Hollow Knight emotes. I do. It's okay. I'm bad as well. No worries again. And well, Adam Frank is just about up. So shall we continue and pull up? I see that, Chuck. Oh boy. With that said, Adam Frank is just about up and missing the order. The order you're sending messages to, you mean? Let me see if I can. Oh, hold on. Let's see if I click on this here. There we go. Okay. I heard myself doubly in the air for a second. I got spooked. Let me go and slide this guy over. We should be good to go. Lovely. Not the stream. I see. What order am I missing then? And well, they were mouse arrows, not emotes, but I made them into emotes. Oh, order in the game. Yeah, order in the game. Could you elaborate? I'm still not quite picking up what you're putting down. And little stick man flip. With that said, let's see. What I wanted to do here, yes, I wanted to put the overflow detection into the screen and see now that we made it the minimum size. Yes, it does work. So if we put it up to like here and then click on play, my hope is that it should be visible in the game now. And wait, never mind, I think I'm just confused. No worries at all. If you do remember, do let me know and I'll try to see if I understand and thumbs up. How cute. Let's see, I'm wondering, where is our little guy at? Why is it not appearing on the screen? Is it because it's down here? Oh, you know what? I think we have to do something like, hold on, I have to make this guy a smaller scale. Also, this is weird. This, why? Huh? Why? Let's see. If I make you possibly custom the size, reset the size. Yeah, I want to reset your position. There we go. Okay, what an entrance. Hi, Venus. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back in. So are you coding? Yes, indeed. I'm making a game at the moment. I'm trying to make a rhythm typing cafe game. No, it's really the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in 24 hours. So to say the least, I have no experience with at all. And have fun. Thank you. I just want to say hi. It's 3 a.m. Oh, I hope you have a good rest. Oh my, 3 a.m. My goodness, and sounds amazing. I'm happy to hear it as well. We'll see how things turn out. That is for certain. And I hope you get good rest. Yeah, 3 a.m. Oh boy. Let me go ahead. Let's set the scale to something smaller, and I can't even code. Oh, I have a background, or I've had experience, thankfully, because I went to calling for it, so I can say that. And I'm wondering, I think the reason why we can't see it is because it's not in the game itself. So if we click on that, and I think it looks pretty good so far. Me too. Thank you. That is always nice to hear too. Most of these are placeholders, so it's always nice to hear the idea. Yeah, look at it. Now you can see it, but it's so tiny now. Okay, hold on. Let's make you bigger then. Let's just increase your scale a little bit, like there. I think that'll be okay. If we increase the scale there, and I missed part of the tutorial, nothing wrong? I see. Got ya. That's good to hear. That is wonderful to hear. Let's see, if I click on you here. Okay, that's way easier to see. So now we can see this guy. It exists in the game itself, and hydration sure can do. And even if you learn most of your coding experience from college or from your own personal learning, I would say it's a little bit tricky. I learned the basics, like or, and, for, while, those type of things. But learning Godot system, learning about the notes, all of that I had to do. But having that background, as well as learning by the professor, drilling into my mind that I don't have to have comments everywhere. So learning practices, learning the programming practices, for example, ownership, or polymorphism, or what's the other one? Structures, things like that. That helped a lot, especially in the beginning, since I already knew the idea of what a programmer, what a script should look like, and then it was a matter of translating. If I started from scratch without having a professor showing me what to do, I think it would have been a lot harder. I don't have comments, so when your code breaks, you have job security. Oh my. If I go ahead and get some lemonade here, then we can go ahead and return. Tasty, tasty. With that said, now that we have this on screen and we have it as its own separated area, what I want to do now is I want to remove our initial overflow detection guy. So I want to remove overflow. I want to remove this. I want to remove all of this and I want to put it into the new system. I know you had a cool professor. That's good. Indeed. Oh boy. I'm very thankful for my professor. He was great. He was funny. He was very entertaining. I would have continued school, but the thing is, the things I was learning, I realized I really didn't need. For example, we were doing, what was it called? I don't even remember. I don't even remember because my mind decided, yeah, that information, I don't need it. I don't want it. I'm going to throw you all away. Memory allocation. That's what it was. Most of it was memory allocation. It was painful figuring out what's the most optimized system for sortings and bubble sort and pop sort. Oh. And I can say 100%, I have not had to do any of that since making my games or starting this. So a lot of the information feels like I didn't even need it. But there is some information I did need. So it's the kind of a trade-off. And perhaps surprisingly, I learned most of my coding skills indirectly at the math department. Interesting. And oh, the memories. Indeed. That is interesting though. And am I back a bit late? No worries at all. You are always, like, say always on time because yeah, it's the thing of come and go. Feel free to come and go as you please. There is no timer at all. Let me go ahead and make a backup here. So let's see, post screen transfer. That way, if we do end up needing to go back, we have a good save point. And garbage collected languages for the win! Oh my! I remember having to do like math, and that's why probably check you had to do math in your math department because you had to make like a formula, and there was like an N somewhere in there, and then you had to figure out what's the fastest way to do this sort formula, and you had to go through each, and then you had to figure out the loop and the loop, and I say I am so glad. Oh, so glad. You know what? I'll take bug solving over that any day, 100%. And for me, I spend a lot of time on programming algorithms and trying to optimize that, like noise. Interesting. Sounds fun. It was nightmare fuel. I started dreaming of sorting algorithms as the most optimal one. What we'll go ahead and do is copy all of this, and then we'll go back to our overflow detection, and let's go ahead and paste this guy, and then let's figure it out from there. And math, EX forever. I do like math. It just depends on the math. I don't like decimals. I don't like fractions. I like a simple math where it's just solve for X, and that's scary. And hi, Nima. Welcome into stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. Hello, and Malak, size of ARG. welcome into stream. I hope your day's been wonderful so far. And noise is a very interesting field. Huh? From Perlin to Voronoi, closely related to music and waves? Interesting, you like math? Yeah! Well, you know what? I'm happy to be one. And like addition and subtraction? Not quite. I like doing things where it's like, let's see, it's like 2 plus X equal 4 times 8. I like stuff like that. And then they say solve for X. I really enjoy things, but when you start saying like 1.43, and then you have to do the fraction of like 3/4, then you start losing me. I don't know what's going on here. What's going on here? When did we get to points and slashes? That's when it gets a little bit trickier. And also came up with the Rorty approach, so I'm pretty proud of. And what tongue is being spoken? I agree. Oh boy, let's see here. We have the second guy that we're transferring over. And what I would like to do is we have a function for ready for when a player has collected item. I want to take that ready function. I think that's the only function we're going to need, truth be told. So on our function ready, we have a player has collected item function. And with that said, what we can then do is, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I don't believe so. And over the math department, the analogous practices and inductive construction sets. I remember sets, sequences, partial orders, functions, loops, and recursion are easy after they're formally defined in terms of introduction anyway, or induction. Not introduction, induction. And she's speaking with personal tongue. Oh boy. Let's go ahead here, and on our update player status, we can go ahead and remove that here. Do we use our get item type here? We do indeedy. Good to go. Okay, so we remove these guys here. Don't need them. We lastly just need this. And then we need this. So, if I am doing this correctly, I think this will be better. Pat, oh boy, can you see the smoke pouring out of my ears? That's fun to listen listen to, though. I had always hoped that at some point I would get to a level of understanding where I could sound like a wizard anytime I'm talking about casting functions and setting variables and if X equal Y, because it looks cool. It looks like you're using magic. And who knew a person could speak for 5 tongues at once? And oh me oh my, and need a smoke toggle. A big red button. Let's see here. If has products, if has flavors. What we're going to say is that if the player has collected the item, what we want to check, how can we do this? We need to do a guy here that says, or do we want to do it here? You know what? I think this is okay to do. I think it's fine to do it here. We'll have a function for. Function for has flavors, and then we'll set it to a bool. I don't like the idea of this just because it feels a little off, but you know what? I think it's, oh, never mind. Never mind. Don't even have to do that there. We're all good. We just grab the utility has flavors. So if you has the flavors, or if you has the product, we'll see. Has products. So go there, do there. Has products. P-R-O. Has product. And speaks alien language half the time. Okay, those are actual words. And I'm working on a noise library made in Rust. I have heard of Rust before. Noise, not too much. Do you mean like the static? And why use big words when simple words good? Or, ooga booga. Let's see here. We'll slide this guy over to here. For some reason, this feels super duper indented, but maybe that's just the way it looks. So I think it's a-okay and good to go. And no, use variety of fractal noise to make space backgrounds. Woo, that does sound fun. Okay, I think we should be good to go. I think this will work. And orc. Let's go ahead and click on play here. And then let's see, shall we? If I click on play, if we click on levels, if we click on you, if I click on that button, all right. Let's see if now it prints out exactly when we need it to. So for example, here we have a product. It says we have a product. Let's go ahead, and Eris understood 1 word of that and agreed. And the variety noise looks like a bunch of plant cells. Woo! At one point, I did love biology. And it's sometimes also called cellular noise. Interesting, there's a lot of variants. In instant space, no one can hear you eat ice cream. And because complex subjects necessitate complex you know, on one hand, I do appreciate all of your vernaculars. It's so refined and so neat, because again, I like big words, I like big things, and at some point, it's a thing of, I find it's easiest to explain something when you use as simple as possible, precisely. Let's see here. What you'll notice is we have one plate, true, false, or false, 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 true. False, 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 true. Let's go and pick up this Eris smash! Big words! Me mad! Oh boy. What we'll say is that... Huh? Uh-huh. No, that's not what we should see at all. No, that's not at all. Why did it print 6 times? Who said that was okay? Are you okay? Hold on, let's just click on play here. Let's click on play here. Give me another second to clear my nose if I grab some tissue. Let's see. And the basic version is having a bunch of random points put on the grid. And then you find the distance to the closest of those points from any given spot on the grid, which gives you the cell like look. Oh, cell like A4, like cells in rows, that type of cell, like on a graph. And in this world, you need to be tough. Nah, nerd! And no, we ain't supposed to see that. Give me 1 second for my nose. And thank you, Jack. Thank you. And welcome in. Is it Con, possibly? Welcome in his stream. Thank you for the follow. And please correct me if I'm wrong on the name as well. Alrighty, now let's see what happens. If I click on you here, we click on you here. We go back to you here. Okay, so now if I pick you up, good to go, put you down. Now, for some reason, when I picked up another product, it spanned the 6 times. And it makes me wonder, you know what? I like the idea of having like a fail-safe or something of the sorts where if it's already ran once, after the players pick something up, don't check again. I think we might have to do that because when I pick this up, watch it spam that orange message 6 times. Or never mind. It decided, yeah, you know what? I don't wanna. I'm not gonna spam it. Fine, sure. It only spams it once, so you know what? Sure, fine, sure, fine. Why is that? Spell requirements have already been met. No flavors, no flavor, no further. Hold on, my throat. Here we are. And talking about some Vocaloid, some peaceful Friday, and just give up on life. Hold on now, because why not? Hold on now. Let's see. I'm wondering, our taper of... Oh, I know why. Hold on, because we have two systems going on at the same time. That makes sense. If we go ahead and grab back to our detection system here. So we have two detection systems at the moment. We need to disable one of them. So what I'm going to do is do Control K here. And now we should only have one system doing things. So click on you. And that's a nice image on Wikipedia. It also shows how you uniformly place each point on the grid by choosing a random point. Hold on, now you have me curious. If I copy, never mind, it won't let me copy that. Let me copy this. Yes, indeedy. Okay, let me copy that, I am now very curious to see dots on a board in space. Oh, they really do look like cells. Hold on, if I click on this, just so we're all on the same page here, if I click on concepts here. This is what it was being spoken about. This here. Doesn't this look like yeah, it does look like cells. I do agree. I remember the times when I used to use a microscope and look through it. And thank you for the bits. Thank you. And the first time seeing your stream, I was impressed and paralyzed at how you're able to continuously sustain this level of energy. I'll probably keep watching because I don't know what else to You know what? That's the first one. Stun lock. Thank you again. Welcome in. Hopefully it's not a bad stun lock, you know. Oh, I was surprised too. There we are. Words. Let me make sure I can delete this guy. If I remove you, delete you, if it lets me select you, hold on. Okay, it's deleted. Lovely. Okay, back in here. And I actually thought she was much bigger. And she's so much energy. I do appreciate it. And I'm glad to supply. Oh boy. So now that we have disabled one of the functions, let's try this again, shall we? We pick up you here, we go you here, we pick up you here. We should see one orange message. One orange message has been sent. Let's go ahead and throw this guy away. We should now pick this up. No orange message. And she sucker punches you into your cold. Hold on now. A, violence. B, cold. Where are we? Check. This is incorrect information. And how's your stomach feeling after laughing that much? Oh, it's A-okay. I built up many muscles, so we're all good. And has anyone called you a motor mouth? You're made to be a streamer. Nope, not at all. I don't think I've heard motor mouth, but I do agree. I think out of all the things I've done, YouTube, recording, editing, switching to doing streaming a lot more often has been a great decision. I have enjoyed it a lot. I feel a bit mean though, not being able to pay attention to everything she's saying while I'm playing the game. No worries at all as well. Half the time, I don't even know what I'm saying. Sometimes it just goes in one ear, not the other. So I don't blame you. Not one bit. Let's see. Learning in my airstream is more likely than you think. And I realize, well, wait, somebody's dancing to a word. I don't want to wait. I don't like the idea of that. Don't like it one bit. That said, okay, let's pick this guy up. We're expecting to see one red message again. And we prefer Twitch or YouTube for streaming. I enjoy Twitch because it's been the friendliest. Anytime I try to add YouTube chat on screen, it breaks. But whenever I try to add Twitch chat on screen, it doesn't break. It still breaks sometimes. Let me rephrase that. But it does not like having both chats on the screen at the same time. So I've had a lot more technical difficulties with YouTube than with Twitch. And Aaron, what? We're supposed to pay attention in here? Nah, I'm still processing those. You said that they... Oh boy. What we're looking for right now is like what chat is better than the other. Hold on, I didn't say that, Ami. I did not say that. If I click on enter, we should see a red message or orange. We do, okay. And again, if I throw this away, we should now not see a red message because it's not, we only have one. So if I pick you up, this is the error. This is the error I was talking about. We should not get that message because there's nothing on the table. We're comparing what is on the table, what's not on the table. So when I pick this up, we should not get this message. And I'm guessing it's due to the order of operation. Hi, Kalia, possibly? Welcome in the stream, and please correct me if I'm wrong. And thank you for the follow. And I hope you have a lovely time here again. I butcher names, so if I butchered it, please correct me and I will certainly try again. Make an attempt. I cannot promise anything, but an attempt can at the very least be made. Let me click on you here as well. Click on you here. Okay, with all of that said, let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. I don't believe I did. I'm wondering why. And my guess has to be maybe order of operation is the case. You can see it says spell requirements have already been met. No further products needed. But that's not true because we don't have any products on the board. We should only say it when we have one on the board and one in our hand. This is when we should see that message. We should not see that message if there's nothing on the board and there's something in our hand. That's the issue. No, not more math. Logic. Isn't that going to be fun? So, if this is the case, if we're getting this error, why is it? And if I had to guess, Coco, I really do think it has to do with the, what is it called? This detecting and this also detecting. We're doing if player has collected item. Hold on, this is the wrong guy here. We need to go to you here. You, yes, okay. So, when we do player has collected item, the guy hasn't checked yet to see what's on the table. So, I'm thinking what we'll have to do, we'll have to either somehow try to delay it or do something else. The issue we're running into is that this function is running before other functions. So, because it's running before other functions, it's not taking into account what the other ones do. So we want it to run last. We want it to run last instead of first. That's why it's thinking other things when everything's already moved on. So what I'm wondering is, do we then instead create a system that just detects when the player has something and picks up something and drops something? That's what I'm wondering, and that's why I'm not too certain. Let me clear my throat. Give me 1 second here. There we are. I'm thinking, and I'm not too sure, because the issue is this player has collected item is a function I've used in other places, so I linked it up to a function that's sending a signal everywhere else. So I'm thinking maybe for this case, we could just do a different function. The issue is just for this player has collected item. I think what we should do instead then is like a test to see what item the player's holding. I think that would work out a little bit better. So instead of checking for player has collected item, we are just going to see whenever the player item has been changed. I think that would be a better idea. So what I mean by that is that if it's active, we update table item and player status, and then we're going to check to see what the player had last. Did the item has collected player? In this world, the player doesn't collect the items, items collect you! Oh boy. So what I'm thinking is, we'll make some sort of function that checks to see checks last player, last item, item versus current. Checks last item versus current. If change, do stuff. That's what I'm thinking we do instead. So we check here in our process instead of checking in any time the player has collected item. I think that might work out a little bit better, maybe. So what we'll do then is do a var for last item, type. Last item. Okay. Let's start with the function. What I want to do first is I want to grab all of you here. Let's copy you here. And let's make a function first to make this simpler. And table has playered the item. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Let's go ahead here and do a function for get player item type. Let's do a get player item type. We'll then take into account the player's items. So we'll do here a interactable. So we'll say interactable, and then we'll return an item /type. So we'll do a advanced write dot type here. Okay, so if interactable is not if interactable is not item, then we can go ahead and return the type of let's see. We return the type here. So let's copy before we copy. Yeah, that's good. And wait there. Hold on. Let's see. And spelling out interactable, very effective way of talking. I tend to find it easier to type when I can type the words out, or it feels nicer, and hydration can do.
Check 14 just redeemed hydrate.
I might just have to make it a requirement for me to have tea for stream, because at some point my coffee was cold, usually. I think maybe last year, but I've started enjoying, at some point my coffee was warm, hot, but recently I've been enjoying colder coffee, since we've been at like the start of the year. So I'm thinking maybe, yeah, gonna have to start having warm drinks around for throat. My might be a better approach. So either warm coffee or just tea also. Let me get some lemonade there. Tasty, tasty. And wait, am I supposed to press space or something between words? Oh, okay. To answer that question, give me 1 second and I'll show you the game in a nutshell. Yeah, the skull is a space. We have updated the look of it, but yes, the skulls are a space. That wasn't clear in the game, so that's also something we've updated. And I think that's lovely, and thank you for answering that as well, Check. So let's see. We're going to return in advanced sprite.type, and I thought the skull was a bomb or something. That is a fair point. Usually skulls mean death. The idea was that because we were playing as a necromancer, I thought the skull was a cute touch. Since it wasn't clear, we've since changed the skull to a space icon, but I'm glad to, it makes me glad to know that that was a good change, and it was perfectly ignored. I see. The thing is too, in the calibration, it also shows that skulls are a space, but most players I've noticed also don't remember that. So it's another reason, yeah, the tutorial, not good, calibration system, not good, and I'm glad it was once again being proven that, yeah, it needs to be changed. Oh my. So we'll say, if the interactable is not an item, then we return type none. We don't count it. If the player doesn't have it, we don't need to know about anything in it. So then what we're going to say is, we're going to return, and we're going to return here, we are going to return our interactable dot, and then we're going to do type, hold on, if we grab interactable here, it's going to be an item dot type, hold on, item dot type, where are we at? Should be, yeah, sprite dot type, this guy here. And this is why you use chat as unpaid alpha testers. It wouldn't even be alpha or beta, would you say? Let's see here. If I go back into you here, type, sprite.type. There we go. So it's going to be interactable.sprite.type. This is what we will grab. So we can grab the advanced sprite type. So if we go back down here, what we can now say is... Do you see the problem? Do you see it? What have I done? Hold on. So, I just made this function, right? Yeah? And I already made the function here. Yes. Double the work. Oh boy! Oh, good to know I had the idea! Now if you had a comment wouldn't have helped me. It wouldn't have helped me. Oh boy. Well, good to know. The more the merrier. Well then, let me go ahead and paste this here. Yep. Interactable, and if interactable not item, yep. Well then, we can go ahead and delete the one we just spent the last like 5 minutes working on. Oh boy. With that said, we'll go back down to here. This is where we do get item type at. That makes sense. Oh, that makes great sense. So now what we're going to say is, we no longer need this function. That was the thing. We didn't need that function. Now what we're going to need is, player has collected item. Yuck! Who needs that? Don't need you at all. And if yes, hit me up with the good stuff. Oh boy. What we'll say is, we want to have a var last item, or last type, or last held type, and then we're going to go ahead as well and make this into a advanced sprite.type, and we're going to set it equal to null. So we'll set it equal to null, like that there. Null, there we are. And the space did seem quite confusing, but I had the developer stream open. Yeah, I'm glad we're changing it. And var, why are you angry, huh? What ails? Oh, hold on, I see why. Advanced sprite.type.none. There you go. Okay, you're good to go. So now what we can say is that if the last held type is equal to the player, then don't do anything. So we're going to have a function here for, yep, we'll just, I don't even know what we'll call you. We'll call you, do stuff, change, sure, change here, change to go here. Let's do that there. Let's set you to pass here. So what I want to do is that if the player, so if player.item equals, so if player.item okay, hold on, we're gonna have to do you here. So if you here, and then we put the item in here. So if player, so player dot item. So if you there. Oh, we also need to see if it is a if you are null. So if item to check is null, item to check equals null. We also say that you are none. So we'll do here that there. So we'll put you here as well if you're null. And why are they so groovy? And nothing yet. I've only slowly picked up and trying to learn Godot. And why are the ghosts and why are they changing colors? The ghosts are also a reason why I want to at some point also add, well, not at some point. That's another reason why I want to add the tutorial. If I save this guy, I can show you the ghost a little bit. And the spaced seam and the ghost and nothing yet. I've only picked up trying to learn. And why are they so trivial? That's so nice to see. And the last health item is type player. Keep getting sidetracked with created. Oh boy, I do understand that. The ghost here. I'll explain ghosts very quickly. Ghost exists in the game because Gabby is afraid of them. That's why she doesn't want to become a necromancer. That's why she wants to get away from the necromancy life and instead open up a cafe, because ghosts scare her to death. They scare her because they like her. When she gets near a ghost, they follow her around, and she's quite frightened of them. And when ghosts appear in the game, you have to banish them by making dishes with the flavor of memory. And the reason why you also don't want ghosts in the game is because ghosts make the customers afraid. So if you want to make sure the customers don't get afraid, you have to banish the ghost like you would customers by just making a dish with the flavor of memory. You just make a dish with memory and you serve it to the ghost. That's what they do. And had to hide the body somehow. Hold on now. And the ghost of the Thames didn't make it. Hold on now. They're the ghost of past students in school who never left the building. Oh boy. So we'll do here, if the player's item equals null, so is not equal to null, not equal to null, and is not the same. So if it's not equal to null, my throat, hold on, as I do. And so basically ghost equals scary? No, the ghosts in this game are very friendly. They're very friendly. It's Scabby, their main character, who has the irrational fear. They're quite nice. It's just, she's just terrified of them for no particular reason. You got a century too much of an attention. Oh, that's funny. Oh boy, oh boy. So let's see. If get item type player.item equals null, and the player item type, so we can do if we grab here. So I'm going to do you here. We're going to do var, and we're going to say player item, player.item, player item type, and then we'll set you to be here, and they're going to do advanced sprite. You're going to be equal to you here, so we'll do this here. And can I kiss the spookies? You can't touch the ghost, so no, you cannot kiss the spookies. Let's see, you here, and now we can do this instead, which I think reads a lot simpler. So if I go ahead and do that, get some more lemonade. Tasty. Okay, so with that said, we have if the player item type is not equal to advanced sprite equals to you there. So if you're not equal to that, and the player item type does not equal, so let's copy you here just to make this simpler. So if you there and you there, and you're not equal to the last held item, then we'll go ahead and use change. So if you're there and you're there, then we're gonna use change. So change here. Or rather, let's say update or update check. We could do update. We could also do check for something. What could we call this function? This function's all about saying, okay, we know that this is a new item the player has picked up, and they're also not holding nothing. We want to make sure that the player does not have a overflow. Yeah, check overflow or update updateoverflowstatus. Update overflow status. That's what we'll set it to. So we'll update the overflow status. And with that said, the thing is, this update table player, this is just setting the, what's it called? This is setting the values of our labels. So it's not technically updating anything else. And got a century too much of detention. I did read that. Lovely. So we'll do update overflow status. And then we'll change this to be update overflow status. Like that there. And we'll do here, new player, new item type. New item type here. We'll set it to be an advanced sprite.type. So .type, new type here. There we go. And with that said, we will put into here our player item type here. And now, why are you angry? We have player.item. Cannot find member and base player. Hold on. Utility.player, if you wouldn't mind. There you go. And cannot assign player's type. Yep, hold on. Player item type is advanced type. Yep, advanced sprite.type. Hold on, .type. There you go. There you go. And remember, you plan to add a skeleton butler? It'd be very funny if Coast could temporarily possess them and disrupt the function. Oh, but I do remember we talked about possession and having the ghost possess like the candles, but possessing the butler, oh man, that just sounds cruel. Fun, but cruel. Hold on, let me add it to the idea board. If I go back into here, let me bring you into the idea board here. Let's see. Where are your memories at? Hold on, if I slide over here, let's put you right here. There we go. Thank you for that suggestion, check. And will they be like the butler from Lethal Company? I have never played that game. I think it's a horror game. Let me go ahead and click on you here. And with that said, let me click on you here. And we have player type, advanced sprite. So we go ahead and we change the new item. And it is, I see, yeah. Probably why I haven't heard of it before. I think Reapo's also a horror game. It looks cuter though. And some of the things, I would not be able to compare it since I haven't seen anything of it. I do my best to stay very far away from horror games. Unless they have lore. In that case, I might have to look at it. And I love the transitions. Thank you. I'm glad you like them. Let's see here. We'll do update table and player status. So we'll go ahead and do you here. Update the table and player status here. And this is where I'm thinking. We update the status, and this guy here is going to also do it whenever we check to see about the player changing their item. So it makes me wonder now, do we have to run this during process? I don't know if we have to. Is if active, we check the player item. I don't think we have to do this. And she likes lore! Exactly. Let's see. You there. We update the player status. And then what we can say is, you there and you there. So if you are an item, that's something we need to see about as well. Then this can be changed later. Don't need it as that. Yep. Okay, so what we say is, if utility desk has flavors, and or actually, hold on. Let's just go back to not our debug screen, to our overflow detection GD, this guy here. I believe, unless we deleted you, we shouldn't have deleted you. Overflow. Here we are, table flow overflow detector. Let's just go ahead and copy you here, save you there, and then we can grab our overflow detector guy again here. This is what we need. So what we're doing here is we're checking for the item type. We match it with the new item type. And if it is, match item type. And then depending on what it is, so if it's a product or if it's a flavor, and then we need to check to see if the desk has flavors or if the desk has products. And how do you find the lore in game if you're super scared? You see, that's the fun part. I don't play it. I watch other people play it. Sometimes I don't even watch people play it. Sometimes I just watch it for the lore. Like recently, what is it? Petscop? I haven't watched the original like web series of it, but I did watch theories of it. Or do you just like watching MatPat Tom yap about it? It depends, it's not just MatPat. And I hope you have an amazing day, and I'm sorry, but I must leave. No worries at all. No need to apologize. I'm getting quite late. I do hope you have a lovely rest. Hey, sounds like you did a few good things and a good GDScript session. Thank you. And I can say the same for you. Maybe not GDScript session, but I do hope you have a lovely rest. And thank you for chatting and sticking around for a little bit. And then, oh boy, the little laugh here. Oh, or you know what? What is it? There was also the theories on SpongeBob. That was also pretty funny too. It's not even horror, but they turned it into horror. Let's see. Spell requirements. No further flavors needed. I'm also gonna put this in brackets because I'm getting confused whenever I see them. So I'm just gonna do that, and then we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do that, and then that. And then we'll say has flavors, and then this one has products. Has _ products. And what do you mean what? Oh boy. Let's go ahead and save that guy there. I think this will work out in our favor, possibly. And I can't wait for October. I want to see my first Harris horror game. We'll most likely be playing Into the Pit, if I had to guess. Last time I think we did FNAF 1. That was terrifying. My leg hurt for a little, like, I think at least a good few weeks after that from all the times I kicked the desk. Oh boy, let me click on you here, click on you here, click on you here. There we are. We should be good to go. With all of that said, let's see. Oh boy, let me go ahead and click on levels here. And yeah, FNAF 1 is just jump scare. Oh boy, Into the Pit, not that bad. I don't know, I don't like scary atmosphere. That's the thing. It's so unnerving. It's Let's see. Now, are you ready to see if this works out in our favor? So we pick a guy up, and it's going to update anytime we pick something up. Anytime we pick something up or when we drop something down. So right now it's false. This should then switch over to being false. Interesting. So when we drop it, it should also update. That's the thing. It should also update. So hold on, something's off here. Oh, I know what's up. We need to change this player type equal to player type not equal to last item held. Let me go ahead and set you to there and there. There we go. Okay, and then we set the last item held equal to the new item type. New item type. There we go. Okay, change that there. Now click play. And but the bunny daddy's not the ball. Not that bad visually. What do you mean exactly? Let me click on here and then we click on here. Okay, so here. Now let's try again. If I pick this guy up, we have false, false product. That makes sense. When I put this guy down, it should be false, true. False, true, none. It is false, true, or false, false, none. Yes, this is good to go. It's working. And then when I pick this up, we should also, well, we should get the message now. Crazy work. I hope you're not referring to who I think you're referring to. So I'm going to choose to not go down that path in hopes of keeping my sanity. Crazy work, I agree. So, oh boy, let's click on this. Do we get the message? We do. Look at that. We do get the message. Now, if I go ahead and delete you here, and we go ahead and pick you up, we should not get the message. And they oh, the message isn't sent anymore. Look at it. It's working. I think it's working. It might be. Okay, then we pick this guy up, and we get the message. Yes, and then we go ahead and we put this guy down. We should still get the message because they also still have already been met. Okay. And if we pick this guy up, we should not get the message. Okay. And then if we pick this guy up, we put you down. Now, crazy, I just don't want to spoil the game. Oh boy. And I'm not gonna ask any more questions. If we pick this guy up and we put it down, no angry. Yep, we're good. We go ahead and pick you up, put you down, good to go. Pick you up, put you down, good to go. Right now, everything is set to true. And then we have false, true, flavor. Okay. All right. Here comes the test. I pick up bitter. We have the alert that says, hey, you've already said your spell requirements, and you'll find out in October, I guess. How ominous. I tried playing Omori once, but it just wasn't my cup of tea. But I might watch someone play it. Let's see. Put you down there. Okay. Now, this is where our last system broke. Once we picked up the third item, it didn't reset. Are you ready to see if it sends out multiple messages? If it's a little bit confused. We should not see a red message when we pick this up. We don't? I think we fixed it! It took almost 3 hours, but... Oh boy. I think we have our system now. I think it's working properly. You can see it's angry and yippee! Yeah, I'll take it. Could have been 8 hours, technically speaking. We pick this guy up. We now have the angry guy here. We put it back down. We pick this guy back up and down, and then we pick this guy back up. Yep, okay, it's working, which means I make a save, and we keep going from here. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click on you here. Click on you, or not, wrong guy. Or you know what, I can also call this done. Hold on, I can do a little squiggly in the hand claps. Thank you. Squiggly, done. Thanks, that's all good to go now. Lovely, okay. With that said, let me also make a backup. So before that, we can also delete our old overflow guy idea that we had. So if I go here to overflow, we should have table overflow detector. This guy, you're all dated. You're old news. We'll go ahead and delete him. So I'll delete you. Oh, hold on. I believe this is a universal script. So first I have to disable it. So if I go into globals here and I go into table output deflector, and then we do there. Okay, and then delete you. Save. Okay, so it's now been deleted. We're using this one area here, or overflow detection, and we'll go ahead and make a backup that way. Going forward, should we need it, we'll have it here. So we'll do working DETCTION, working detection. So if I click on commit, and then we click on sync changes, we should be good to go in that regard, which means I will get some lemonade, and then we can move on to the next step, which I don't even remember what we're doing. Oh boy, let me get some lemonade here. Tasty. Alrighty then. So, now that we have a system to detect when the player has an item that they aren't sure that they don't need, I think we're good to... There's a few things. And I don't want to dip into too much today since we also don't have enough time, I think. We have about an hour left. So there's still definitely things we could do, but my hope is that we don't have to, or we don't end off with something and then I forget when we come back. That's the concern here. Let me click on you here, Let me bring you back into concepts here. And from there, what we'll do is go back down to our tutorial. And from our tutorial, let's see what, what's the word I'm looking for? Operation of order. Yes, operation of order. So, step Step 1, movement. And then after that, we're going to see about calibration. We did that. Calibration now works. Now we need to teach the player how to open up the book. We need the player to get the book, navigate, or get the components, navigate the book, and hide extra info. So in here, what we need to do is we need to say to the player, or we need to have the arrow hover above this guy here. So let's say I'm thinking, maybe it would be a good quote-unquote detour now to create a speech bubble. That way, later on, we won't have to worry about that. So can we create a bare bone basic? Because we're going to need a speech bubble for the very beginning when he tells you things. He's also going to need to be able to tell you that you should throw it away if need be. And thank you for the resubscription, Cryban, for a total of 2 months. Thank you, and welcome into stream. Hi, and welcome in, and thank you all over again. I hope your week has been wonderful. And step 2, how many steps are there again? This is just part 1. This is the part 1 of the steps. This doesn't even go into the customers. This doesn't even go into the ghost. This is just a spellcasting area. So we have a total of 3 steps, technically speaking, only three. And it's a matter of you are creating a dish. And for example, step 2 here, making the dish for the spider. It doesn't stop there. In fact, while you're making the dish, the spider's going to change his mind, which teaches you how to use the trash can. And the spider will also want you to save its dish for later, which will also teach you the shelf. So that's all, yeah. I think probably our next bet is to work on a little speech bubble. That way it can speak while we're doing things, and we can have it say the instructions. Now the question is, how do you draw a spider? That's what I was working on this morning before stream started. let me show you, and let me also write this down here. We need to make speech bubbles. So making what can we call this task? I suppose we can say make speech bubble. Make speech bubble. There we are. Okay, make speech bubble. Copy you here. And then we'll do this here. And when I finish the level, it always says I serve 0 ghosts, even if I find multiple ghosts with memory dishes and they disappeared. Ooh. It could be a possibility that the scoring system hasn't been updated for the ghosts quite yet. I will do this just in case. I will go to Obsidian here, and you know what? Let's test it. Let's go ahead and test it. If we go back into as I think you're right. I don't think I've updated the system to check on the ghost scoring. So let's give it a try here. And arachnophobia warning! Oh boy. If you're playing this game, the spider's gonna be on the cover. So you already know going into this, spiders exist. Let's try out the game. Let's see if ghosts will show that they've been served, if they're updated. Because if it's a thing, if it's not working in the current version, that'll be fine. But if it's not working in this version too, that is something I'll need to note as a bug, and great hunting and finding. And reminder, folks, to take a break, save, stretch, hydrate, and eat crayons. Nah, don't do that. Don't listen to them. Don't eat crayons. They're not good for you. Don't you care about your health? Let's go ahead and spawn in a ghost here. So we have a little ghost guy here, and with our ghost, we're going to go away from the ghost. They're gone. Let's go ahead and spawn in a memory dish, and let's go ahead and grab and pick up our memory dish. Let's then go ahead and serve it to the ghost here. Hello, ghosty boy. Take it, eat it, goodbye. And then let's go ahead and end the game. We get, yep, you are 100%, yep. Okay, let me write that down in our Obsidian here, so that we can see. Wrong one. We need to go into this one here. And big ears and a big impression. Hold on now. This is for your own good. Let me go ahead and go to you here. Let's do ghost serve and screen DETECTION not working. There we are. Thank you for that one. And that's why they always say eating chocolate every now and then isn't bad for you. True. You see, the chocolate is okay. Crayons? What? You could just say chocolate? Why'd you have to say crayons, huh? You got anything against chocolate, eh? Let me go back to our Oh, yes, I wanted to show you our draw. Here we are. This is what I wanted to show you. I have been trying to figure out how to draw this spider. Because, as I said before, I wanted a little animation to play to show the player that they have to press space. And chocolate crayons? If they're chocolate crayons, yeah, you know, as long as it's not the color and that it actually is a crayon made of chocolate, that could work. Chocolate! Oh boy. If I slide over here, you can see that I have a little spider, and the idea is that for calibration, it'll show you that the space is this symbol as we updated it from the skull. And the spider, I want to have the spider jump up and down on the space key. So every time you're about to hit the note, it'll go up and down, up and down. That's the hope. So I was making, or trying to make, a little animation to show that finally! So what you can see is, okay, maybe this will work. I'm not sure how nice it'll look. I didn't get far, but that's what I was touching on earlier. I thought maybe we could do this. It's not a full animation, but I'm hoping it'll also show the player what they're supposed to do. But that's not what we're working on today. What I want to do is I want to figure out, how do we want to structure our speech bubble? What do we want to do? And they're called CREs, crayons ready to eat. And how do you make a cake for the ghost? First, you bake a cake, decorate it, and stab it repeatedly. The cake's soul is released, and your catches, and you catch it to give it to a ghost. 48 stab wounds. I like that idea. I like it. Interesting. I like that idea. It would definitely be very flavorful. It's not the MVP, but I like the sound of it. So I'm going to put it up on the board of ideas for future consideration. Thank you for that one, Cryban. It's quite silly, and that's pretty cute, isn't it? I like the idea. Let's just go on up to here, and let me just go ahead and put you right about here. There we go. Lovely. Add it to the collection. And with that said, let's go back to the draw. Oh, actually, no, we can stay on here because I want to figure out the little speech bubble idea. And if she's here, stabbings, she's agreed. No, I don't. I'm just thinking maybe you don't stab it. Maybe he's like well, actually, that would still be stabbing. Like, maybe if you have like a special sacrificial knife, or maybe the way the memory drink works, right? Maybe you have the memory. Huh? Well, what is that? Hold on. 47, 0%. Why is there a number here? I don't know. I will figure that out later. Hold on. Layers here. If we go to their measurement. I thought so. Let me delete you here. Then go back to pen here. And there we go. Some nerd numbers. Oh boy. Let's go ahead now, and we should be able to erase if it lets me. Erase. Oh, that's gonna take forever. I'm just gonna select all of you and erase. There we go. Okay. But what I'm thinking is maybe you have like a sacrificial knife, like a knife here, and then you have that there, and then it's a little wiggly. And maybe you have to dip the knife in the ink in order to coat it with the memory thing. So you dip it in the ink and then you stab it. I like that idea. I think it could be neat. That way it kind of gives it a flavor feel. It wouldn't just be a memory flavor. Maybe it's the act of stabbing it with a certain thing that makes it into a ghost cake. Because right now, the idea is that the bottles you see are ink bottles. So the idea is that magic in this world works through poetry. So it's not like you need spell ingredients. It's more so that it's color-coded ink that Gabby uses to know what words to say and how to say them. That's why the color's there. And she's cooking and stabbing. Oh boy. Let's see. I'll put here as well. S-A, if it lets me. S-A-C-R-I-F-I-C-A-L D-A-G-G-E-R, sacrificial dagger, dip. D-I-B, dip. D-I-P, dip. And then we'll also erase that guy there. So dip and stab, and ads already. My goodness. Okay, I'll finish reading this while the ads are going then. We'll slide it up and over, and then we'll talk about how to make a speech bubble ads. I'm not too sure. So we'll click on that. And so you see spells that transform ink into food? Yep. In this world, magic is poetry. So you have to speak it into existence, and the way you use your voice and your dialect and all of those things. And the idea was that, for example, maybe for spicy food, you have to do like a rap. So you'd have to rap out the words in a specific way in order for the song to be considered fast. Something like that would be the idea with the way magic works. So technically speaking, if you're born mute in this world, then you have no magic. That was the whole name of the game here. Sacrificial dagger. Let's see. Dip. Let's see. Dip, then dip, comma, then T-H-E-N, then stab. S-T-A-B.
Cribben just redeemed hydrate.
Stab. There we are. And hi, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. I hope your week's been wonderful. And hydration, sure can do. If I go ahead and get some water here. Tasty. Cooking with words alone and real wordsmith. Exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing as well, is that it's the idea of everyone has notes, and the knowledge itself is the reason why other magic hasn't been done in domain expansion. Let's see here. If we bring you up to our idea board about here, there we go. Okay, and I'll make you a little bit bigger. That way I do not forget. And would failing do something to the ink, or will it appear as a messed up food product? I had not considered quite yet. I do like the idea of going the Wizard 101 route, where it's just a fizzle, but technically speaking, maybe something happens when you have a lot of errors or a lot of bad spells piling up. Maybe you have to get the broom and clean it. Something like that, I think it could be fun. However, I think it could also be tedious depending on who you ask. I like games that are very meticulous. For example, I really enjoyed the game Cook, Serve, Delicious. That was a very fun game. And that game was it was basically a typing game when you really think about it. There was a button for everything you had to do. For opening up the trash can, for closing the trash can, for using the sanitizer, for taking out the buns, for putting the buns back in. If you want a game that has a lot of typing, has a lot of buttons, that was very fun. I enjoyed that one. And it is fun and fun until you play it multiplayer. What do you mean? That's the best way to do it. And then you get to tell everyone, okay, you're on this duty, you're on this duty. Cooking games are so fun. And maybe just the ink visually boil or something. Ooh, hold on. Let me just, don't mind me here. Well, I'm just, we're gonna grab this guy here, and then let's go ahead and move you back up to here, back to where we were, where were we? Right up here. Yeah, we're gonna do that there, and then we're gonna have to do that there, and then we'll do that there, and then we'll do that there. Okay, there we go. Just let's put those two guys together. Thank you again, Jack. We'll slide that guy down here. Okay. So we need to be near our tutorial, and specifically up here where we will talk about the spells and sing about a word system. And your idea is mine now, Ears probably. Well, the good news is, the way I have it at the moment is that everyone's name is next to the idea, so I'll be able to tell exactly who it came from. So anytime I think to myself, maybe, what will the good ideas look like? I can go through and I can look at everyone's different suggestions and get my brain a churn. And that board is gonna get shown us in What? No, that means she knows who to blame. It's not a hit board, it's not a hit list. And you know who to blame? I would never. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back. Let me get some lemonade, and then we'll see about doing a speech bubble, as I don't think I've ever done those before. Not that I know of. Tasty. Okie dokie. With all of that said, let's go ahead back to here and go back to here. So, we want to create a speech bubble. The question then becomes, we know what we want, but how do we get there? We're probably going to need to have some sort of box text to show up. We do have boxes already, so we need a box. We're going to need some text to appear on the box depending on what we put in. Do we want to have the words animate? We definitely could do that. We will need to have a way for the player to continue, so like an enter button possibly. So maybe we add an enter button here, maybe there. And Eris, two people said the same thing and you have to dare to deny it? Dare what, huh? And the thing is, just because two people say the same thing, a clock is wrong twice a day. Even a broken clock is right once a day. There we are. Oh boy. And then we need to have, as you said, you're wrong. She's already flipping through. And no. I'm just making sure I dot my I's and cross my T's. My lawyer says it's a great idea to enact that. Let's see if we'll make this into a little spooty here. So I'll have a little spooty here. And I do think it could be a cute idea for her to play a little what's it called? A little animation. The animation, not required. So we don't have to do it yet. We don't really need it, technically speaking. Also, how do you draw a spider? We've drawn them before for a study. But I mean, how do? Maybe if we do like that there and that there. That could be a good spider design. Have the two arms come upwards and then the two arms come downwards. I do like the idea of just a little black dot for the spider. And didn't know your lord can speak. He speaks through his eyes. Can't you see all that emotion? Oh boy, and I did realize, oh lovely. So, with that said, I want to have a speech bubble like this. We do have a container that looks like, if I grab this guy here, we do have containers that look like this, but I don't know if I want to do that. Technically, we could just use it as a placeholder, but I would like, what's it called? There's this thing in Godot and in programming and in game development, really, called like a nine patch rectangle, I think is the thing I'm thinking of. It could be fun to try making it. It's this idea of you have a grid, and the grid connects to other parts of the grid to create a bigger grid depending on what you're looking at. And this is how you get locked up in a padded cell! I locked me in a rubber room. A rubber room! Let's see. I think that could be a good idea. So we'll make a really simple box that'll look like this, and goes to court, gets locked up because she swears mommy can talk, but it's just a plush of an octopus. Yeah, nine rectangle. Good. Lovely. I'm glad I remembered. I've never used one before, and the hope with making this game is that I could learn the different aspects. For example, shaders is something I want to get into, but it's going to be more so the final process of my game. Let's go ahead and start off by making a super duper simple speech bubble that will have this guy here. And my question then becomes, how can we have it link up to the, what is it called? If this guy is this big, or yeah, okay. So we make a 9-inch rectangle, or the rectangle. Let's just patch. We make the patch. How can we add to it the little arrow? And you know what as well? It would be nice too if the arrow would form depending. Oh, hold on. What if we have like a arrow, right? And we have this guy here. So this isn't the arrow. This will be the spider. And depending on the position of the sprite to look at, the arrow will change. So for example here, the arrow will point this way if it's below. So this will be a below arrow about here, possibly. But if the spider is in the corner, then maybe the arrow changes to something like this. It rotates to be like here, possibly, maybe? I don't know. I'm thinking a thing is the holy scope, right? And got an 81%? Oh, congratulations! Remind me, please, of what you were doing. But 81 for anything, unless it's like an 81% failure. I assume 81 is a good thing, though. I assume, and I would hope, especially since he used an exclamation point. Oh boy, and I do really that's so lovely with Bobby. I do like that idea. Again, no, it's not too much a thing that needs to be, but I do like the idea. Maybe we can make it into like a, Oh, 81% in the game! Oh yeah! That is a big accomplishment! It's very difficult to get. I am waiting for the day someone's able to send me 100% because I don't know the game is possible to get at 100%. As it stands, I think the best I've gotten is somewhere in the 80s. I've never gotten in the 90s though, but it is good that some people like they do things that are wild. But 81, congratulations indeed. Yeah, I thought maybe you were taking a test or something. Oh boy, I do like the idea. I don't know how that arrow would fill out, but I'm thinking of doing it this way. That way, this way, that way. Or maybe instead, right? I like this in the calibration must work good. You don't say. Calibration system can work, and once this patch drops, I'm locking for reals. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, we have to update the music too. We have to make an easier song. We were working on it before. Okay, so what I'm thinking is we have a 9-patch system, and then we have locations. So either it's located in one of these areas here, because I believe the game should be able to allow us to choose like a corner of the area, so a corner of the box. So we'll choose one of these positions because I do think it allows us to check within controls. Possibly, maybe, we'll have coordinates, and then we'll just set the box to be the position of wherever the thing is at. So we don't have to check the position of the person. We could just say, hey, this goes here, so choose this circle. Something like that. I think I like that idea. And 100% would be really hard. I can't consistently get perfect even when I focus on it. Oh yeah, the thing is, I don't want it to be hard. I want the hard ones to be hard, but it's the tutorial. I don't want people to fail the tutorial. Oh boy. With that said, I think we have a plan. So let's try to create it with the time we have remaining, shall we? And then whatever we don't get done, I'll either do during the weekend or when we come back on Sunday. So I'll go ahead and create this guy. We'll open up this guy here for pure rough and pure rough. Bring you back into our programming boyo, and we'll be, or not programming, draw. And then we'll see together what this 9-patch thing. I've heard of it before, but I've never implemented it. I'm hoping it won't be too painful, but I have no idea. So we're going to learn together, in which case, if I don't understand it, then I can always just Google in my free time and watch some tutorial videos. And how can the dishes come in list? In the dishes come in list, it goes perfect, okay? Nice, rather than perfect, nice, okay? This could certainly be the case that it's because it is or perfect, nice, okay, poor. Oh, hold on. In my one at least, let's see, if I go back into programming here, I can show you that it is perfect, nice, okay, poor, fail. Is it different for you? Let's see. Perfect, nice, okay. Perfect, nice, okay. That looks right. It goes perfect, okay, nice. Perfect, nice, okay. Perfect, nice, okay. Does it not look like perfect, nice, okay for your screen? If so, then it might be the case that we caught it and we updated it in this version. But maybe, if it looks like this, do let me know. But as far as I know, it goes perfect, nice, okay, poor, fail. And it's like, I see. So it's yeah, okay, good, lovely. We did catch that one and changed it already. Thank you again for checking that too. So yeah, it's a small thing. Looks good on yours. Thank you. Okay, that's good. I want to make sure at least even the small things are easily to see. But I'm surprised we didn't catch the ghost one, so nice eye. Okay, so now we need to make our 9-inch patch as somewhat. It doesn't need to be perfect, doesn't need to be beautiful, just needs to be functional. You exist here for that sole reason. Let me grab colors we own for our book. So if I just quickly grab our pages off of our book tab, let's see, that's book tab. We need the book pages, like the book ace, right? Yeah, okay. Show in file manager here, and with that said, we'll go grab you here. Okay, so this is the way our book is. This is our book sprite. So I kind of just want to grab some colors here. What I'm thinking is we'll do, so it needs to be a 3x3, right? Or yeah, 3x3. So it needs to be like 64 by 64 by 64. So something like this. This would be our 9-inch patch. And then the idea is that it'll take the top corner and put it in the top corner, and then it'll take a bottom corner and let me show you. Give me 1 second. If I do sprite and then we do crop. Okay, so what we would do is, if I had this guy as this color here, we then set this color to be, let's see, grab you here. We'll set you to be green. We'll then set this color here to be like a blue, blue, and then we'll grab you here to be yellow. There we go. And then we'll grab all of you here to be, let's see, what color have I not used? Orange, there you go. Fill in that for orange and orange. Okay, so the idea behind the 9-inch patch is that in most cases, or the initial idea is that if you have a UI and it's this size, it looks great. But if you were to make the UI, if you wanted to change the UI, for example, if you wanted this UI background to be taller, so you wouldn't have a taller one, then usually you would have to stretch it out. Or not usually, but the idea is you would think to do this way if you want it to be taller, or what if you want it to be wider? So you would have it go wider. But you can see that the look of it, it's warped. So the idea of a 9-inch patch is that if I make a sprite and then go canvas guys, let's see you here. Yeah, so the idea of the 9-inch patch is that instead of stretching it, it takes the corners. So for example, instead of going this tall, what you would do is it grabs the bottom two. It would then move them to the bottom one. So copy here. So it returns to something like this. It would take all of that area and just copy it downwards and still keep the bottom two. So it keeps everything to scale in size so that it's not stretching things. That's why you would use it. I've never used it, but I have heard about it. So let's see how well this goes, shall we? I don't want to do something too detailed, that is for certain. I just want to do something good enough. And ooh, fancy. Isn't it fancy? It's fancy, but I'm hoping it's not too complicated. That's the hope. Fingers crossed. So let's see. You know what? Actually, let's just use this for now. We can modify it later. I just want to see if this works. So we're going to make a UI text. UI, what can we call this? Save as, I want to make you here. Let's go back here. Let's see if we can figure it out before we even think about doing the art. I like that better. Starting with the how, and then we can make it nicer. So let's see. We're going to make a new guy here. We're going to make a cafe UI. That looks great. We're going to do speech bubble. So create new. We're going to do folder here. We're going to call you our speech bubble. Speech, B-U-B-B-L-E. Speech bubble. We'll click on you, save you to okay. And then from here, let's go ahead and make a script or scene. So create new scene here. You're going to be a speech bubble. So speech and got a 90. Oh. I don't know if anyone's ever gotten a 90. I don't think so. Wow. And it was one of that starts with the blade. So it was one of the easy ones. I see. The thing is, there are 2 songs for each flavor and each flavor combination and each type. So there's 2 songs for bittersweet cake, and there's 2 songs for bittersweet cookie. So it's 2 for each. And just please change either the yellow or orange. They're so similar. It's annoying me. Alrighty, check. Then what color should I change it to? If you could, yeah, I'll change it. Just give me a color. So let's see. User interface. We'll call this here speech. And then we'll say bubble here. So speech bubble speech underscore bubble B-U-B-B-L-E. Speech bubble. We'll change you to a 2D screen possibly. Say to there, say to here, say to here. And purple. Oh, you know what? I didn't even think of purple. Let me go ahead and grab you into here, and we'll create a new, open in File Manager. I'll grab you here, copy your location, and then from Ace right here, we'll go ahead and paste you into here and here. There we go. We'll say your speech bubble sprite, speech underscore BBBLE underscore SPRITE, speech bubble sprite. Save you here, and I will change it to purple. So let me grab a purple here. Purple. Oh, okay, kind of looks bad. Let me bring you back into draw. That way you can see. Purple. What's a good purple? They're all so highly saturated that it feels a little off. Okay, that works. I like that purple. I think that purple works. So maybe we can just very quickly grab this and just do a little bit of this and just there we go. There we go. That's a lot better to my eyes. That feels nicer. Okay, and yay, thank you. Of course. If you have an answer, I will happily attempt to provide. We'll save this guy. Now let's go back into the game itself and see what we can do. So if I go into back into programming here, do I just click on you and do I do 9 patch? Do I do patch? PATCH? 9 patch rectangle. Interesting. So here you would import the texture. Interesting. Draw center and then region rectangle. Interesting. Okay, well then, what we'll do is we will go to eSprite here, or yeah, we should be able to at the very least. And I don't know if we can do it here. Let's see, there's signal visualizer. Nope, I don't think so. But the good news is I can just do file, export as. We can set the speech bubble sprite, export there, go back into here. Here we are. So let's go back to our speech bubble. No, 9 patch rectangle. Let's then grab you here, put you into here. Interesting, edit region. Oh, okay. You can't see this on my screen, unfortunately. And I'm wondering if there is a way to allow you to see it. Because this is interesting. This is super interesting. And this is the first time I'm doing it, so I don't know at all. What I'll do is, give me 1 second and I'll see if I can make something. That way you can see what I'm looking at. If I click on, I click on extra, and then we go ahead and do you here, click on you here. And then if I were to drag you like down here and drag you here and drag you here and then here, hopefully, because I think I have to show the entirety of my screen, which I don't want to do. So we're going to see if I can just grab, aha, there we are. Okay, this is what's popping up on Godot. This is the window I'm seeing. And I'm wondering, snap mode, pixel snap, auto slice, a pixel snap. And if we see this guy here, what are we doing exactly? Edit region rectangle. Might be time to Google. I'm not too sure. Yep, give me a second. Let's see. Godot 4, region, REGIONEDITOR, 9 NINEPATCH RECT. 9 patch rectangle region editor. Yeah, and without distorting corners. Yep, okay, good to go. Oh, this video is a total of 1 minute long. Oh, lovely, perfect. Okay, we can take a look at this then. That's super duper simple. Oh, I can also say that I have seen this person's tutorials before. They're new, I say new, but I haven't seen them until like I think last year. They make a ton of tutorials. So I would definitely recommend their channel. Give me 1 second to set this up. Let me open up this guy here, click on this here, and then we can learn together. Too many shapes, too many colors. Let's see, click on you here, click on you here. I should then be able to click on you here. With that said, let me grab here. Okay, and if I bring you into then, the screen here, transition, I'll go ahead and stop the music here super duper quickly. We'll then click on this guy here. The YouTuber is called Mostly Mad Productions.
You can download the art in the video for free. Link in the description. Put 9slice UI in Godot to create a visual for using 9-slicing. Add 9 patch rect to the scene. You can then set the texture to the container using for free. Link in the description. We'll set the texture filter to nearest using pixel art. Then select your region. Make sure it's set to grid snap with a step of 1 pixel by 1 pixel. You can use scroll wheel to zoom in and zoom out. Then we will drag the orange circles to make sure we select the correct container. The edit region component is only needed in the case you have multiple containers or other art inside of a single large image that you want to use. After the image has been selected, under patch margin, we need to tell Godot how many pixels from each side until we reach the centerpiece, which for this container is 2 on the left, 2 on the top, 2 on the right, and 3 on the bottom. You should then be able to resize this container as you would like. Additionally, under axis stretch, you can change the horizontal and vertical to 3 different options. Stretch stretches the image in the middle by all sides. Tile will tile the center image like a tile in a tile map layer.
Okay, got it. Let's go back. If I click on, oh, you couldn't hear it. Oh my goodness, my apologies. You couldn't hear him speaking. It was just entire silence, wasn't it? Oh boy, hold on. Yeah, okay, I got it. I totally got it. You heard it? Okay, good. Okay, good. Oh boy. Let me click on that guy then. Okay, oh boy. Let me click on that then, and now it's doubled. Oh my, and what speed were you watching that on? 2x? 2x? Yeah, the processing speed and airspeed faster than to our programming screen. Okay, from my understanding of it, I think how it is in 2x speed watching best, it depends. Usually I go with 1.5. If I can manage 2x speed, but we're good. Okay, so I think this is fine. I think he did this, and then there was the patch margins. So I think, I'm just curious to see if we do this. Interesting. Okay, so the left is a total of, I believe it's going to be 16. So let's just try 16 here. 16, 16. Oh, so we need to do 8, then 8, 8, 8, and 8. Like that? That looks right. No, that doesn't look right. Something's off. You're stretched somewhere. Hold on, that there? Okay. And then if I make you bigger, interesting. So you're not holding your ratio, which is super duper interesting. Huh. And I use reference, and some people talk very fast, so 2x is hard, and I use revamps. I can do any speed. Oh, even like 8x is like a program you can choose. Oh, that's interesting. That's super duper interesting. Hold on, this guy isn't done correctly. If we do, let's see, this is the corner, so it'd be like,
Cat
I think
sat on
here,
keyboard,
hydration,
just redeemed hydrate.
sure can do. I don't know if I can do faster than 2x though. And Eris was actually watching on our lower speed, so Marner's gonna keep up. Oh boy. The thing is, if I'm listening to someone, I have to be fully concentrated. That's why I usually don't do or watch videos on stream. So it's very hard to speak and listen. It's the doing those things at the same time. Who could do that? I'm wondering, why is this little guy so tiny? Do you see the small corner? What if we did, oh, hold on. I think I get it. Hold on. Hydration, right, coffee, let's see. Thank you for that redeem. I think what we do is do 16, 16, 16, 16. Then we edit the region here. And now, hold on. Close, edit. Yeah, you here, yep, you there, okay. And then I want to drag, okay, I want to move you over to here. Why are you over there? That's what I'm confused about. We move you here, and here. And then we need to move this guy over. You need to go here, like that. And then we close it. Interesting. And then if we make you bigger, and we make you bigger, and we make you smaller, this is as small as you'll go. Interesting. I think I did it. The video was very informative. I think I understand. I like it. Okay, so now the idea is that these guys will get as big or as small as we need them to for our 4 corners. So now if we just update the texture, then it'll be modified. And Revance gives you sponsor block and all sorts of cool stuff on mobile. Oh, I haven't heard of that one before. Interesting. And even block shorts from popping up. Interesting. I might have to check it out. Hold on, let me copy this guy here. And then I'll go ahead and click on you here. I'm gonna click on paste here. There we go. And will there be customers with difficulties? For example, someone with dyslexia whose letters appear jumped when they speak, or someone with color blindness who mixes up their names and colors? That is an interesting idea. What I can say is that I plan to have different customers react differently. For example, our Necromancers are going to have a different attitude, a different way of moving and walking around. And I do plan to have, there's going to be a total of 4 weeks. And at the end of each week, a new wizard will pop up, and then you'll be able to serve those wizard types. So you'll have the class representative come in, and you'll have to serve them. So it's it'll be a little bit like a boss battle. We could do that for like the boss battle idea. And there's some eugenics level shenanigans. It's super awesome. And Dan, you got my attention. Yeah, I agree too. Yeah. The hope is that customers will react differently depending on their type, because there'll be like personalities. And I'm hoping to add a little bit of special extra stuff for the final boss of each week. But that's very later. We don't even have customers in their bare minimum working before we even think about adding all of them. And the boss idea is fun in the same way that I want to have a shop, because eventually I want to have a skeleton butler. I thought it would be fun to add them into the game itself, or add them into a game as a way to have customers be seated, serve dishes, all of those things. And I thought, okay, well, how do you get the skeleton butler? You could make a shop system. You could figure out currency. Or maybe just partway into the game, you unlock the skeleton butler. I'm not depending. Compared to what everything I've been doing, I'm thinking, yeah, maybe we have to make this into a little bit too big of a scope. And will there be a ghost boss battle, or at least a ghost knight? Yes, there will. I can 100% say that. That is why, if I go into my levels here, you'll be able to see I have made it so that each level can be fine-tuned between, if I slide over here, as if any of you have ever played the game called Lemon Cakes, it is also a cafe game. There's a night mode sometimes where you have to go around smashing bugs. So I wanted to make it so that I can set the ratio and spawn rate of the ghosts. I can set how fast they move. So if I wanted to, I can make it entirely night. We don't have a night-day cycle, but I can set the customer spawn to 0, set the ghost chance up to like 100 or something, so the ghosts are constantly spawning. This is customizable. I wanted to make sure it was possible. So yes, indeed. In the future, there will be like, for example, a hearts night or like a medics night where only certain customers will come in that have that certain theme. I thought that would be fun because you can modify the different foods that show up, the different flavors, and also the different wizards that can appear. So yes, I do want to have themed levels. I think that'll be a lot of fun. That said, our 9-patch rectangles seem to be working properly. So let's go ahead and click on Don't Save here. Let's go back into Draw here. And let's just give this a quick texture. Not do too much with it. Just do a little some to make sure we don't have to look at boxes for the entire time. But make it a little bit of coffee, and then we will do so. Tasty, tasty. But a ghost night for a necromancer is like a day at the beach? Not at all. The thing is, our main character is terrified of ghosts. It'd be on a nightmare, and the door will be locked. That'll be a great idea too. Yeah, the door will be locked. So in order to survive, she has to, it turns into 5 Nights at Freddy's. There you go, package it, seal it, that's all good to go. She is terrified of ghosts, though. That's why ghosts act as the antagonist. That's also why they follow her around with love hearts, because they love her, but she does not love them. She is terrified of them, and it's like a nurse that doesn't like blood. Yeah, I thought the irony would be funny. It's also why she wants to get into the cafe business. She likes necromancy. She likes bones and skulls and death, but show her a ghost? Nope, don't wanna. I thought that was fun because it was like, yeah, she likes necromancy, but she doesn't want to get into it. And it's not, the entire business is not what she really wants to pursue in life. Oh boy, let's go back here. And then we'll go back to here. So I want to do just very quickly, this guy here, we'll also grab this guy here. We'll do that there. We'll then reset it to be the center here, reset symmetry to be center. And I want to just do a little speech bubble. So we'll have this guy kind of go up here, have it go up to, we'll hold up to here. And then I want to add like a bit of a rounded edge. Again, don't want to do too much. Want to make it rounded just about so that it looks nice. It's got a little bit of flavor to it because I'll be staring at this for a good amount of time. So I want to make sure it at least feels decent. So we'll have like a rounded edge, I'm thinking there. We'll also add it here. Something about here and here I think could be a good idea. And then we'll have, I think we can do this guy here and then this guy here. And we'll set this to be this color here. We could also do this color here, but I like this color because we'll have that cream, and that cream will be not that color. There's like a cream color we usually use. It'll be this color here. So whatever color feels like it would be nicest. So if I grab this here, do new here, grab you here. This is the cream that we have in the game currently. So if I do new here, this is the white that we're using. It's like a creamy color. It's not exactly white. And I'm wondering, is it easy to see the words? Yeah, I'd say it's pretty easy to see. So I think this is okay. We can use something here. And from that said, we'll lastly add in, probably a little bit of a darkness on the edges here. So maybe we can do, let's see, add this guy here, and then this guy here, and then we'll add this guy here and this guy here. Something like that. Though, I think it could be fun to do something more so, let's see. I like the idea of maybe having, oh, hold on. We need to do it halfway here, and then maybe we remove this guy here and here. Something like that, I think could also work too. We have it at the very top here, and we do that there. I do like the idea. It feels nice. Something like that there. Maybe we can make this guy go down a little bit here and here. I do think that works out. Yeah, okay. And with that said, we now can just hide this guy here. File, export. And if we bring that speech bubble back into our programming, it should already be updated since the name is only changed. So if I click into Godot, it'll update itself. And now if we go back into our speech bubble here, we can see that our speech bubble now will fit any size we want. And we don't have to worry about the scaling looking off, which I think is super duper neat. And now anytime we can just set it to be fill. I think that's the best way to go about it. Yeah, okay. This is lovely though. I haven't done this before, so seeing it actually work it's so nice to see. So we'll go ahead and leave this guy here. Now, we need a way to check, and you could use, you could theme those characteristics of the classes, like a party night for pyros, a books club for necromancers, etc. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. For example, I think it could be fun to have like a swim meet for all the water or cool ones. We will have a Brinomancer, which will be the piratey wizard that does water, so your water wizards are going to be called Brinomancers. This isn't my idea. Someone came up with this idea. I don't remember who specifically, but we held a music jam, so people got to design maps and ideas around the game. Since if I close off this guy and I click on play here, there is a way for you to add your own maps and own music into the game to test things out. So to make sure it worked properly, I held a competition. You can see here, test your own songs. People are able to load in their own maps and music, and from that, the competition, 3 people won. So we'll be adding their wizard ideas and their music and their song and things like that, which I think I'm really excited for. And someone came up with the idea of a Bridalmancer, which will be a water wizard, and that has a flavor of salty. And hi, tickling. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hello, and welcome in. I hope your week has been wonderful. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. With that said, let me go ahead and make a backup here. So if I go ahead and set it to a backup, BACKUB backup for speech bubble, BBBLE, and a fellow Godot give. Indeed, Godot is a lot of fun. I can agree to that one. I want to set this to commit and then save, and then we'll do that sync changes here. We'll then open up your pure screen. So we want something like this. Oh, hold on. And can you show me your game? Of course I can. I can also do this if I do !NECROTYPE. There we go. I can also show you that too, but I can in dating. I don't think I've done a recap of the game. If I click on this guy here, click on this guy here, and I click on this guy here. I'm currently making a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as a necromancer, but you don't want to become a necromancer. You want to become a baker, a chef. So you decide to open up a hidden restaurant in a part of hidden cafe in the part of the school where you serve your fellow wizard customers. You can see here, hold on, let's see if I go back to you here, Can we just toggle the debug? Toggle, debug screen visibility. Can we set you to false? Possibly. Let's see if it'll just let me do it from here. False. There we go. Lovely. So this is a cafe. You have a book here that you can open up. You can also scroll past here to see all the different things you'll be able to unlock in the game. And if I go ahead and spawn in a customer, the idea is that it's a rhythm typing cafe game. So we have a cafe system. We have customers that come in, look through their book, think about what they want to eat, and then from there, they'll wave their little arm when they're ready, and we'll go ahead and take their order here. Once their order has been taken, we can open up their book, and we'll see that they want a few different things. Different flavors, different colors, different looks, different stamps you can see in the bottom corner. They represent different things. Each wizard is represented by a flavor and a color. For example, we have a necromancer here. Her flavor is bitter. And if I slide over here, you'll also be able to see that we have the different wizards too. And hi, Vinker Passively. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Is the debug menu custom made or an add-on? It is an add-on called PenQ Console. Sorry, it was asked earlier. Here, if you click on Asset Library and you type it into here, you should find it. PenQ Console is the one I'm using at the moment. And it was just customized from it. And have to go, no worries at all, check. Thank you for your suggestions as well as your time. I hope you have a lovely time. But no, good luck with not bursting your speech bubble. Oh boy. Terrible, get out of here with that. I hope you have a lovely evening, as I believe you're a few hours ahead. And thank you, Astafakori, for the follow. And please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. From here, what you'll do is you'll look through the book. You'll see that the customer wants to have a sweet, bitter cake, since those are the 2 symbols. So we'll go up to here. We'll grab a potion off of here. So we'll grab a bitter, we'll grab a sweet, and then we'll also grab a cake, since the cake is what they want. And then let's go ahead and spellcast. So not only is it a cafe sim, it's also a rhythm typing game. And that comes into play the fact that I have to type out the spells. A-N-D space W-H A-T. And then we have, and this is a really long spell. This is what I would, what is it called? This is one I would make shorter. And let's see, and then we have N-D space T-H. And then we have E space M-O-M. And then we have E space M, B-V-E, R space B-A-N-D-E-R-S-N-A-T, and then we have C-H, hold on, let's see, C-H, there we go, there we go, I got an 83, this is where you would serve it to the customer, but the customer's already left because I took a little bit too long. But it is that you have to make spells and summon food by typing out poems to the beat, that is it in a nutshell. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. I've been working on the game for almost 2 years. This will be the second game I've ever made. The last game I made was in 24 hours. So anytime I worked on the game, I had a timer going. And as long as I didn't go past 24 hours when working on it, it was good to go. So it was more like a mini game. This one here will be my first ever official game. And it'll be a bigger game. And it'll be the first time I ever upload a game onto Steam. So that'll be a lot of fun. This is a trial and error. And the customer left Cryban. They got angry. They weren't happy with my attempt at you should be able to see here, hopefully, somewhere along the lines here, the customer left. The customer target linked somewhere here. And I found strategy! Oh boy, I'm all ears. I do love a game that allows you to do strategy. For example, I really love it when cafe games have a table. That's why I added a table in mine. That way, if a customer leaves, for example, you could put the dish down, save it for later, or if you know that a customer is going to come in with something or specific, then you can already have a dish set or something else, and I would love to have a way to upgrade the table too. I thought that could be a lot of fun, which I hope to do as well. It's little things like that that I'm excited for. We were taking a look at the 9-inch patch, so our speech bubble, and we were trying to figure out how to write the speeches on top. Give me a second though to clear my nose, so hold a second here. Let's see. Alright, we're all good to go. And you said it's good to only accept something as at the last possible moment, so you get as much time as possible, except for letting them in, since that determines how many customers you can get. I'm not sure how to handle that. Ah, that is an interesting point. I know at the very least that we do have a minimum spawn timer, but it's interesting. I guess maybe, whew, that's a tricky one. That's a very fair and important question though. How do you make it so that the player can't just only serve the minimum amount of customers? They have to serve a certain amount. Oh, maybe we could set it to an average or something, or have it require... Yeah, okay, yeah, I have the perfect solution to that. There is a minimum timer amount, and we'd be able to calculate the minimum spawn time. So if the player didn't serve enough customers in the day, we can say, hey, you didn't serve enough customers. And how many customers are expected to serve in level 3? Yeah, there is a place we can check that. For example, here, what you should be able to see is if I click into levels, you can see here that we have a spawn chance. Hold on, if I slide over to here, we have a spawn chance, and then we have a spawn time. So the idea is that every 20 seconds, it'll try to spawn a customer. However, if it fails to spawn a customer the first time, then it's going to the second time around, so at 40 seconds into the game, it's guaranteed to spawn a customer. So if we just calculate it based off of the guarantees in the game, for example, I believe this game or this round is a total, it doesn't say the level length, but the basic level length is a total of 5 minutes. I believe that's 300. So if we were to just calculate the customer spawn time, we would be able to figure out how many customers. Though I wonder, because it's a thing of chance, so it's not too certain guaranteed, but I do like the idea of that. Yeah, that's a great idea. And let's see here. Let me write that down before reading the other comments. So if I go open up our obsidian here, and the ghosts need ghost plates, you break the plate to make the ghost plate. Oh, that's a great idea too. The thing is though, we don't have a plate system, but I do like that idea. Let's see, if I go, actually, you know, I'm gonna save that idea because we also don't have the sacrificial knife. I would like to add it, but it's not the MVP. So I'm also gonna put that just about, just on the board too, adding it to the board. Thank you for that one, Cryban. And with that said, we'll also now open up our obsidian here, and you should be able to see the obsidian app here. There we go, okay. And then we'll say for our bugs, I'm gonna call this problem, P-R-O-B-L-E-M, B-L-E-M, and then we're gonna make it into a bullet point, and we'll say the problem is that customer strat, customers or players can wait out the timers, comma, to get the least amount of customers in the cafe. This is where I would want to add like a reward system or something for serving as many, like a power-up system. But again, scope. But it has been an idea since the very beginning of the game. So it's not like I just started thinking about it. I have been thinking about it. We even came up with ideas. But at the moment, it's a thing of, yeah, it's not required for the game to work. It's a nice idea, but does need to be a thing. So let's see here. I'm preemptively making ghost dishes. Yes, that is a thing that I would like players to do. That's why the table also exists. So it allows you to be able to put down dishes that you prep. And though I wonder if I can ignore the ghost and preemptively make customer dishes, since that would theoretically let me serve more customers. Interesting. And how many customers are expected to serve in the level 3? And I was able to serve 4 without making any angry, but I haven't yet done 5 without making any angry. Interesting. And the ghosts need ghost plates. I did read that as well. Yeah. I don't know how the settings for the current build of the game. There is a total of 5 minutes, and the ghosts themselves, I haven't done, like, what's it called? Difficulty testing with the ghost level as well. At the moment, if I had to guess, I'm going to say that these guys have not been changed just yet. So the current stats are that customers spawn, have a chance of spawning 40% of the time, and then the timer starts, or it tries to spawn them in every 30 seconds. The level itself is a total of 5 minutes long. So if it is guaranteed, or if they spawn every 30 seconds, that would be a total of, 30 seconds. That would be 5 times 2, which would be 10. 10 on a most optimal situation. But technically speaking, it's guaranteed to spawn every 2. So technically speaking, the minimum of this game, or minimum of this round, would be 5. 5 customers at minimum can spawn. That's at minimum. They could spawn more, but the ghost level would have 5 customers that could spawn minimally. And then for the ghosts, you can see here as well, a maximum of 3 ghosts can be in the game at once, and then there is a spawn chance of 50, which means that 50-50 chance that you might get a ghost to spawn, and they can spawn every 45 seconds. And 4 without making any angry, but I haven't done 5. Yeah, that is interesting. The thing is though, I haven't done much, what's it called? Not bug patching, no, what's the thing? The word used to buff. I haven't done any buffs or nerfs to the timer system. They are just here for now temporarily, and we kind of eyeball it. But I would love to get more in detail and see, should it be 40 versus 45? Things like that I would love to be able to do at some point eventually. Thank you for letting me know about this problem though, because I didn't even consider that, and I am glad that people can play the game and come up with ideas and strategies, as some strategies are certainly welcome, but this one here, the whole goal is that I want the player to interact with the spawning system. So instead of punishing them, like for example, making it a minimum requirement, I would want to add a reward system like doing coins, and maybe you have to have enough coins throughout the day or something like that. I think it could be fun. I like games where there's a 3-star level system, so it will tell you how well, and maybe it's a thing of you have to get 3 stars to get past this level. I think that could work too. I think that can work as well. And then maybe you have to have a total amount of stars in order to complete the week. That could work too. That way people could focus on the levels that they are better at than the other ones. I could see that being a thing as well. But that said, let's go ahead and close, or rather open this guy here. And then what we can do is if I slide this guy up to here and here, you should then be able to see the speech bubble here. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to add a text field over this 9-patch rectangle now. And I think I can just make a container over it, if I'm not mistaken. So if I do, or actually, are you a container? What are you classified as? You, I think, are a container. Hold on. If we do 9-patch, what does it tell me about the 9-patch? It says it's a control that displays a texture. So you are not a container. That's okay though. We can just make a container, and we can make it into a panel container. So base class for all containers. Yeah, that's the thing. And I don't believe you have a 9-patch, right? We have tab, view, grid container. Oh, are you a grid container? No, definitely not a grid container. Okay, we'll make a panel container then. So panel container here, panel container, there we go. And then we can say that you will fill up the entirety of whatever area you're given. And then after that, what we'll say is that we'll make you a little bit smaller here. Hold on. We'll make you a little bit smaller here. Or rather, oh, this is tricky. Oh, hold on. I know what we need. We need and let me slide this over, because I know definitely there are many times where I'm having trouble with the UI of Godot. So I also want to make sure that you all can see the structure. The issue at the moment is that the panel container I want to have to show the area where text can go, but I don't want text to go all the way out to the sides. So initially, I thought I should have it, or I should make this smaller. The issue is, right, if we dynamically change it, because this guy's going to change shapes, it might not, okay, it kind of does work, but it might not, maybe not, I don't know. So what I'm thinking is instead, what we can have happen is we can set this to be a margin container instead of a panel container. So we make this a margin container, set it to be the child of this guy, make this guy as big as possible that it'll fit in here. And then if instead we do panel, so we remove this guy, we go for a color rectangle, that way we can see where this goes, and I did read that as well, lovely. So we set it to be a color rectangle instead. We make it a child of the margin container. This will show us where our text will be able to go. Let's set it to like the color of green. I could go for a green, yeah, like that, like a sickly green. So now, if I set our margin container to be the layout of over right here, we set it to be like, I think 5 or 10, we can do 5. How's 5 look? Yeah, let's do 10, possibly 10. I think 10 might be better. So we set this to be 10, we set it to enter, and now this is the area where text will be able to spawn. And the hope is that now as well, that whenever we change the size of the 9-patch rectangle, that this guy too will change shape and allow us to do different sizes, depending on what it is. I do like the idea of it being this small as a default size, so we'll go ahead and also set this guy here to be its default size. So we should be able to, in this layout here, do transform and do size. Let's go ahead and copy the size, copy value here. We should be able to paste the value here. There we go. Okay, and I'm curious to see as well, is there a way we can make it bigger? That's what I would want to know. And I'm wondering, would it be like a stretch thing or shrink thing? I'm not too sure yet. We need to make sure that this guy here is not expand, or I guess it would be expand, wouldn't it? Be expand, expand. And then we'd see about doing you here, full rectangle here. There we go. So current ratio here, and then this guy here is this node here. So that should also be fine as well, I believe. So this guy here is as big as it will go. It's in its own position here. We can reset the position too. And with that said and done, I want to now, inside of our margin container, add a rich text label. So we add a rich text label, and I usually like adding rich text labels as default instead of doing a label, because rich text labels allow you to do the funky things I've done before, where you can add color or make them have slides or wiggles, or this here doesn't require a rich text container. But doing something like this by changing the color, usually you need a rich text label because you need BB code. So since I really never find myself not using rich text, I usually just by default. I also make sure to enable the BB code here, and then let's see about just doing okay, there we are. Text has been entered. From there, I also want to get our theme, because we want the theme to look nice. So UI theme, what does this look like? I think that is way too big. So let's go ahead and see about making the theme override here. So theme, I should be able to change theme variation if we do project and reload the project. Reload the current project, save and reload. And while it's doing that, do I have any more lemonade? I'm out of lemonade, unfortunately. So let's go ahead and get some coffee. Tasty, tasty. Lovely, lovely. At some point too, I would love to do a like debug or like a testing game, or allow the player to have like a playground. In the sense of, if you want to make a custom level with custom timers and things like that to test out different values to see what feels nicer, I think that could be a lot of fun too. For people that want to make 100% ghost levels or something like that, I think having a custom level scene would be very flexible. If I go back to here, we go back to, let's see, here, and then I go back to here. I would like to add, like, instead of test your own songs, test your own level. I think that could be fun. That way you'd be able to set the settings. So there would be like a little setting guy here, and then you'd be able to say, okay, I want it to be this max amount, this minimum amount. The thing is though, it's subject to break. So it would be a use at your own risk. This might break the game's logic, but you can try. Oh boy, can you try. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and move you to here and here. And with all that said and done, yeah, you know what? Let me also add that there too. That is a feature I would like. I don't know if I'll do that before this, but I would love to. Let's see. If I click on Obsidian here, you should be able to see it. Lovely. Okay, so we have added a customer timer, but we have not made the animations clear, so we'll remove that there. Adding a Gabby take order animations. What we'll do is, I will say I want to add custom, custom game make menu. There we go. Add custom game make menu. And I'll just leave that there. That way I can have it for future reference. Along with these guys here, you can see future. You know what? Actually, it's quality of life. So I guess you would be more so future. Let's be honest here. Does not need to be, but it would be nice. So I'll put you in future instead, I suppose. And then we have controls below book. That's also to do tutorial. Yep. Okay. All right, we're good to go. Let me go and hide this guy here. And with that said, what I like to do now is I want to see about making this guy easier to see. So for some reason, you're too big. I believe we just refreshed, so I should now be able. Oh, also, did I slide myself over too much? Hold on, I'm doing. Am I slid over too much? I think so. I think I am. I just don't know where I go, truth be told. I'm gonna just slide back over a little bit here. There we are. Okay, and that said, theme variation, we do have paragraph theme. Here we go. Okay, I think this could be smaller though. If we go into theme override here, we go into font. Let's make the font smaller, so font sizes. Let's make the normal font a little bit smaller. I think this could work here. Let's then set the font to be in the center. So center here. And then I would like it if we could see about making the auto wrap off tab size arbitrary. Fit content, maybe we could do that instead. And then if we do this here, how does that work? If we fill all of this in, yeah, we would want it to fit the content. So how could we do that, do you think? Maybe we could do 9 patch here and do fit content. Is there something like that here? Or is there a fit content here? Fit content, that's filter ignore. Is there a fit content here? No. Fit content here. Scroll visible, no. Interesting. Okay, we have scroll active, definitely don't need that. Tab size here. Horizontal alignment. Interesting. Context menu enabled. I would want to see about making this bigger or smaller, and I would probably have to look into that, I suppose, which would not be a bad thing to do at all. Now, let's save that for later problems, because I definitely don't think that's possible in a total of, what is it called? In a total of how long we have at the moment, which is like 15 minutes left. So for now, we'll put here, hey, listen. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. There we are. Hey, listen. There we go. And do that there. There we go. Put that there. And with that said, we'll save this guy here. We can then also now reduce the look of this guy here, because I only want it to be here when I want to test it. So we can just go ahead, or actually we can just hide it, truth be told. There we are. So it would look like this. The text would look like this. It would be nice if we could make the text have like a background of sorts or some sort of something else, because it does look a little off, I'd say. But you know what? That's future me problem. Don't need to know about that right here, right now. What I want to do is I want to figure out how we can set it. So we'll say that this is our text. This is our speech bubble. This is our 9-patch rectangle. This is, yep, that's good to go. So let's go ahead and make a new path here, create here. And then we're going to have, I think it could be the case of like an export var or something. Now, there's a few things we could do. We could, for example, set the speech up by an array. That could be a good idea to do. Just set an array and set the index. And depending on the current index, we update the speech so we can go back a thing or forward a thing. I like that idea. I think an array would be a good idea. So we're going to go ahead and set this text here, access is unique name. And then we're going to go here and here. And then we're going to say here and here. And what I'd like to do now is I want a way to allow the player to choose the next thing. So next question is, do we want to have a continue button for the player to be able to press? Or do we just want the text to update when the player does certain things? For example, if we want the player to, and this could just be, again, scope, definitely could just be a thing that's too much right now that we don't need, but I do like the idea of it automatically playing. I think it sounds nice. Whether or not it's a good idea, that's a good question. I don't know. Sounds like a fun idea. It's like asking, what is it called? A web designer versus a web coder, where you have the, oh man, look at this, this is so pretty to look at, but then you find out the person who has to implement that pretty thing, it takes like 4,000 years. Oh, that's what it reminds me of. We have our text here. Let's just stick to the basics then. We'll have here an, let's see, a var, or at export to var. We'll call this our index, and then we'll go ahead and say that this is an int, set it equals to 0 for the moment here. And then we'll also have on here, a at export var, and we're going to call it lines here, lines. And it's going to be an array of string. There we are, an array of string. We could always, for example, too, have this exported into a different screen. That way we could order the text differently, because I don't know how much text I want to have in my game, but I do like me a good graph. For example here, let me show you how I'm sorting all of my data right now. If I click into Obsidian here, what you'll be able to see is, if I click on the graph, yeah, that guy right there. If I click on you, this is how I'm currently organizing my game at the moment. And let's go to the right here a little bit nice and slow. If anything breaks, call a Dr. Caller, don't call me. I'm not to be held to anything that's setting standards, and good day. We'll go to the right here, and then let's go to the left here, and then let's go to the back here, and then let's go to the front here. There we are. Thank you for that routine, Cryban. This is how I'm currently holding all of my data. These are all enums, and the idea is that anytime I want to add a new flavor, I would add it here, and I would add it here, and then I would go across, and then I would export these guys, I believe it is into CSV and then into JSON, and my game will take care of understanding what's going on, and I won't have to worry about it. We also have here our product description lists, and again, it's the idea of having charts and then having the game detect all the charts. You can even see here the different flavors that'll be the thing of, which I think is just lovely to look at. And then we have here our spell list. This is where the magic happens. This is how the spells are created. And as I said before, there are 2 spells for each type. So we have here cake, for example. Oh, actually, hold on. Interesting. Yeah, maybe there's more. This has not been updated. The idea is that there's 4 lines for each thing, and once we figure out how the system will work, then eventually we can go back and figure out them, because right now it's like a gentle touch of leaves, a sweet magical smoke to save them. My arms, kalahoo. There's a lot of here. Bandersnatch. That's definitely not a word. This is how all the data is being kept at the moment. And what I'm wondering is maybe we'll have to do something like that here, where we have a line 1, line 2, line 3, different lines. I'd be curious to see how game developers usually do it with keeping lines and everything. Is it a case of they have an entire script file here and then have different lines and numbers? I don't know. So I'm wondering, will I have to sort my data here on a table for our text, or does it go in Godot? I don't know. I don't know at all. Let me go back into here. We'll go back into our programming screen here. But that's said and done. What we'll then do is, if I go back over to here, there we go. Okay, and then we go back to, back to here. What we'll do for now is we'll have a line be an array, so we'll equal it into an empty array here. And then what we'll say is that when I run the function of update, we will increase the index. So go forward, next, or back. I think that's a good way to do it. So we'll have a function here for next, and then we'll have a function here for back. So void here, we'll go pass. So we'll have a function for next, and we'll have a function for back. And we'll have a back here, back. So we'll do next, and then we'll have a back guy here. And then we'll have that go there, that go there. And then we'll also have a function for, now we could do like a get current status or something. I just want to make sure we can understand what's going on. So that's why I wanna see. I think we just have print current status. Yeah, I like that idea, but the thing is it's like one line, so maybe we don't even do the function. So now what we'll do is, upon doing next, we're going to say that if the index is not larger than the line's max, then we go up by 1. So if index equals, or index, okay, we'll do this instead. Var new index, and then it's going to be an int, and it's going to equal the current index, and it's going to be +1. And then we have here, if new index is greater than our, and I always get confused with the arrays and indexes. Sometimes it feels like it makes sense, sometimes not. Because if our array is full of 3 items, then it's going to have an index of 4 because it starts at 0. So if our index is +1, if it is greater than, I can never remember if it's, you have to do -1, for example, but I think this is fine. If the new index is greater than lines.size, so lines.size here, then we're going to do return. Or actually, no. Then we set our index to equal to 0, index equal to 0, index equal to 0. And then we're gonna go ahead and set the lines equal to 0. So lines is then going to equal to, index is going to equal to 0. And then we're going to do update text. And we're going to grab the index, which is going to be here, update text. Actually, let's just do this here, update update underscore text. Like that there. I like that idea instead, makes it a lot easier to do. So we do this here, and then we're going to do a new function here. We'll call this guy func here, do this update text, set this to be a void here, and then we'll have our text dot, and we'll do text dot, is it going to be text? I don't like that! Let's do bubble, speech bubble, B-U-B-B-L-E, bubble text. Yeah, bubble label. There we go, bubble label. I like that a lot more. Bubble label. We'll call you bubble. Like that there. We'll set you to label here. If I click on you here, label goes there. And then after that, we'll make sure that you also get updated because it needs to be that case. So we have bubble label here. And then, eek! It's really hard. I think ghost dishes are by far the best to preemptively do. I assume there will be only 3 ghosts. Yes. There is a maximum of 3 ghosts. However, if I so choose to be the case of, I could always make more than 3. I believe at one point there was 5. The thing is, right now, there's a total of 4 places that the ghosts can stand. So they can stand here, here, and here. So I made it a total max of 3 so that they can rotate. The thing is right now, the ghost test zone has the maximum amount of ghosts. Some levels might have more ghosts that are able to spawn, so maximum is 3. So some levels might have a maximum of 1 that can spawn, for example. I don't depend, but I am glad to hear it. And there were ghosts at one time, or I miscounted. Hopefully you miscounted. That would not be a good thing to know. At the moment, our ghost level says that ghosts can only spawn to about, let's see, I go here, ghost underscore level, ghost level here, level, low level, hold on, ghost level, yes. The ghost level says that there is a total of a maximum of 3, but I could be wrong. I could just be doing the indexes wrong again. And is there a Discord? Yes, there is indeedy. Thank you for asking. Exclamation Discord. Sometimes I work on it during the week. I also sometimes go in the voice chat. But if you want the current up-to-date version of the project, or not the version, but just what's going on with it and status, and want to know when you get a notification when things go live, the Discord is the best place to check out. And where Libya goes to the possesses the player and reverses controls and things like that. No possession of the player, but the possession of objects, things like that. It's a fun idea, but I don't know if it will be added. I like the idea of having, like, for example, a power-up system, and maybe the ghosts have the ability to possess something, so when you get their power-up, it's an entire different thing, entire different system that could entirely be scope creep. But I would like to have possession, and I would like to have a power-up system, I would like to have a shop, but realistically, probably not going to be in the first version of the game, but I would love to do something like that. Oh, right, ad break, before I completely forget. So, we'll do that there. We will wrap up doing the speech bubble, and then I'll see what I can get done between now and Sunday. With that said, let me get some cafe. I hope you all did enjoy this. It's always a fun day when we get to do some development, certainly, and in the DLC will be. If I ever, well, I say if, when, let's be positive here. When I do make games, and when I do make more games, because certainly this is the thing of, even when you're younger, you wonder to yourself, man, what do I want to be when I grow up? At one point, it was police officer. At another point, it was firefighter. At another point, it was a reporter reporting to the news and meteorology. At some point, it was a geologist. At another point, it was biology. At another point, it was ecology. And then I found out about computers and games, and well, I always did enjoy computers, but video games and the fact that you can make those things. What? And then I slowly whittled it down to I definitely making games, programming games, writing about them, doing things like that. That is 100% what I want to do for the rest of eternity. So there is no other place I'm happy to be. And there's a lot of people in the Discord. There is indeed. I do hope to start, or I do hope to go with an update to the Discord very soon, as there's a lot of things I would love to upgrade to it. But yes, indeed. And frankly, I want to do nothing, but that's not possible. Fair enough. I do agree to that one too. Imagine you could be a professional slacker. Oh boy. It reminds me of people who, sleep testers, where their job is to sleep on a bed and test the mattress. So they just have to bring it home or do something of the sorts, and they're able to scale of 1 to 10, had a good sleep, had a bad sleep. And can you imagine that? Just a sleep testing, and you get paid to sleep. That'd be great. Yeah. If game development doesn't work out for me, maybe I could just become a mattress tester. I would be more than happy to. And well, I like doing programming stuff, but I want to just do stuff I feel like doing when I feel like doing it. Yeah. I want to do what I do how I like it. I want. I agree too. Yeah. And is it Ostagu, possibly? Ostagos, possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Welcome in, and welcome back as well. I hope your week has been wonderful. And or like those people who take part in sleep studies and get paid. Yeah, get paid to sleep. Can you imagine? You'd be able to just call me Sleeping Beauty. Let me get some water here. We have about 30 more seconds on the ad break. And technically speaking, stream should end in like 1 minute, but nah. We'll wrap this up, see if we can get a system working for this next in the back, and then we'll close it. And the dream, literally. And can you imagine, right? Not only being able to just work by sleeping, imagine you combine that with the ability to lucid dream. So the ability to the ability to edit your dreams, to change them in your dream. Imagine that, it'd be like living a double life if you're just paid to sleep, but in your sleeping, you can customize your dream to your heart's content. That would be so neat. And ad breaks are back. Welcome back in. Welcome to dreams. You can be anything you want to be. Just do it. Oh boy. Shall we wrap this up then? Let's see. What we wanted to do was back into here. I wanted to do like possibly, we could do a few things. I will for now have a how do I do the control systems? I forget. Let's go to book. That should be the easiest thing to do. If I go to my book scene here. Hello, book. How you doing? I need to go to our unhandled input. Thanks for that. I'm just gonna yoink. Don't mind me. We're gonna go back to our speech bubble here. There we go. I'm gonna go and do that there. Go to that there. There we go. And then what we're going to do is if input is action, if input event mouse or input key, Yeah, nope. We're gonna do this here, and then we're just gonna do this here. So if input is action just pressed. Yep, that's all I want to do. This is all I wanted to find out. See how I made it. So we'll do if input is action just pressed. Nope, we want it to be the action not select. We're looking for a specific input, specifically specifics. If I check you here, we're looking for the input of filter by event. This is going to be the UI right. So UI left and UI right. So we're going to do UI underscore right, and then there's going to be a UI underscore left. So if we go left, we should go back. If we go right, we should go next. So right is going to be next, and then we're going to go back here. And then, oh, you know what could be a good idea to do as well? It's a small thing. It doesn't technically have to be a thing, but I like the idea of it, so we're going to do it. Let's also add a VBox. VBox here. VBox container. Hello, VBox. Welcome in. We'll do you here. We'll do that there for you here. We'll set you to be as expanded as possible. You should be good to go, and then we set you to here and here. We then should be able to set you to expand if it allows us to. Center, alignment begin, alignment center. Layout, why can't we make you, shrink center? Nope, we want to fill. Fill as much as you can. And you, good sir, you also need to be fill. Fill as much as you can as well. Get all of that space. And after that, we're also going to do on here, current amount. We can call this page location. Location, or we could say index, I-N-D-E-X, index, spot, index, spot label. Let's do that there. I like that idea. And then what we'll also do is we'll make an HBox here, HBox, and we'll add an HBox in. And hi, Spice Pepper. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And it's reminding me of, hey, listen, me. Oh, yeah, I'm certain some of these songs are, this specifically is Sonic that you're listening to. But yeah, I did, hey, listen, just because of Zelda. Hey, listen, let's see. We'll add this guy into here. We'll then see about our index guy. And then to make this guy go over to the right, we're gonna have to do a few things. First off, we're going to have to make sure that this is expanded. We'll also need to make sure that this guy here is as expanded as possible. There we are. We also wanted to take up less space, so we'll make the theme override less separation. No, hold on, not less separation. Wrong guy. We need to make our layout guy here. Yeah, so container sizing, we make it smaller so that it takes up less space. And then after that, we need to add a control node. And I want to add a control node because I want to make it go to the far right. So we're going to do this guy here. We're going to set this for now to 0 out of 0, for example. And then for this control guy, we're also going to make it as big as possible. And now, to make it go all the way to the right, what we can do is set the container sizing. If we increase the stretch ratio, you can see, now it goes over here to the side. I think this is wonderful. With that said, we'll also make sure now that we go into this guy here, go into this guy here. And whenever we update the location, now we can update this guy too. So our index label, as we do update label here, we'll also have to do input.label and we'll have to do .text. We're then going to set it equal to you here. And actually, you know what? You're that, there. You're fine. I think you're good. We'll do that, there. And then we'll have to do we'll have to do a line.size. And then we'll have to set this to be a string. So we'll have to do str like that here. And I think there's a bug where I give a ghost a memory dish and it disappears without making the ghost go away. This has happened to me twice. The first time was next to the trash can, so I accidentally threw it away. But the next time, it was very far from the trash can. Interesting. Or maybe I accidentally gave it to somebody else rather than the ghost and it disappeared. You can't serve a customer an incorrect food, or the customer won't take the incorrect food. So I will add that as well to the bug list to test. Thank you. Let's see if we go to problems here, bugs, ghost possibly not, or ghost possibly not, GSSAPAR, disappearing when served dish. I will keep an eye out for that one. Thank you for spotting that too. Ghost possibly not disappearing when served dish. We'll hide this guy then here, and then we'll click on this guy here. So we want to do that guy there, and then we want to turn our int into a string, so we'll also do a plus here, and then we'll also do a guy index, so str, and then we'll have to be index, and then we'll have to do plus here. So this will be that text label. Now, why are you, oh, hold on, we need to do that there. There you go, lovely. Okay, so that'll be our index spot. We'll then go next, we'll go back, and then we'll set this equal to whatever our index is. So we'll do lines here, and then we'll set it to the index, line index, that will go there. Now, otherwise, if new index equals lines, else what we're going to do is we're going to say, if it equals, or if it's greater than, we set it to 0, and then we go back. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to set the index equal to new index, and actually, truth be told, we can just do this because we're doing it both ways, or we're doing it both times. After that, we'll go ahead and copy this guy here, paste this guy here. Instead, it's going to be index -1. And then what we're going to say is that if it is less than 0, so we'll say if it's less than 0, we set it to 0. So if line's index is less than 0, we set it to 0. And then we go ahead and do index equals new. So hopefully this will work. We just need some words now in our array. You can definitely get more than 3 ghosts in one game. Okay, that's good to know. Hold on. Do you mean there's a max of 3 at one time? Yes, there's a maximum of 3. There should never be at one time 4 ghosts in the scene. So you can get more than 3 ghosts, but you can't get more than 3 ghosts in the game at a time. So you can get, like, for example, 5 ghosts over the span of the game, but you should not be able to have 4 ghosts in the cafe at a time. So do you mean that there's 4 ghosts that appear at the same time? Or, oh, okay. I'm wondering if I did the math wrong, like what you're saying here, where I got confused with the index amount. Possibly, I misinterpreted what you said. I see. No worries at all. I appreciate you just playing the game itself. I'm glad you're enjoying it I'm glad you're enjoying it enough that you're playing it this much. That's always sweet to hear. Let's see. So if that's not there, I think we're good. Now we're going to need some words. Anyone got any idea what we could put in the speech bubble? Let me click on that there and that there, but I've gotten 4 ghosts across. Yeah, that is intended. Yep. As long as there's not 4 ghosts in the cafe at once. As long as that's the case, we'll put in here. Oh, you know what we can do is we can say plus here. We'll add a little bracket here, so little guy here and then here and here. We'll erase this. Oh, hold on. I need to erase this singular guy for 3. And then we also need to add this guy here, add a plus there and that there. And then we need to erase you here. And why are you angry, huh? Okay, you're good. You're fine. You're A-okay. So we can put on here, the cake is alive. We can also put on here, let's see. We can also say, let's go. And then we can also say on here, let's see. Gotta catch them all. And one more, let's say, there we go. Okay, save it here. Are you ready to see if the speech bubble currently works? If I click on play here, we should be able to see it. Oh, that's so small and so tiny. And you can't even see it. Hold on. Let me grab this guy here. I'll make it larger for now. This should be super duper easy to do. We'll make the scale larger and then we'll slide it over to here. And now if I click on the game, play it in this section here, hopefully, and go stole my dish again. Oh boy. The thing is, I know for certain that the ghost level is experimental. So I'm glad to hear it's playing up to its learning, but I will definitely make sure to take a look at that, as I've done testing with customers. I have not tested a lot with ghosts, so that's great. Well, it's not great in the sense that you're finding it, but it's great to know that well, not even great to know it still needs testing. I would hope it worked out of the box, but no, I will definitely make sure to give it a few rounds as well. Let me go back to here. Let me click back to you here, and without disappearing. Yeah, go steal my dish without disappearing. Interesting. You know what? Hold on. I'm curious to see. Ghost stole my dish without disappearing. Yeah, hold on. I want to do just a quick old test here. Let's go ahead and spawn in a ghost. Spawn in a ghost here. Spawn in a ghost here. Spawn in a ghost here. There's 3 ghosts here. Hello, ghosties. It might be a series of events, possibly. We'll spawn in a memory dish. Well, then spawn in a memory dish here. Spawn in a memory dish. Let's see. Here. Okay. So we have memory dish 1. Oh, is that what you meant because of the trash can? I do know that we're gonna have to add like a radius to show when you're in the area to do things. I do want to add like an E to select, so it lets you know, like in the bottom corner, and lets you know that you can choose something to do. So, ghost, take it. They disappeared. It might have to be more testing. So let's see, grab you here. Let's see, yep, take it. They disappeared. We'll spawn in another memory dish here. Grab you here, serve you here. You disappeared. Yeah, spawn a ghost, spawn a ghost, spawn a ghost, spawn a ghost. Maybe we'll spawn one more for good measure. This should not be possible in the game though, the 4 of them. We'll spawn in a memory dish here. We'll serve you there. They're gone. They're gone. There you go. Oh, I found it. I spotted it. Let's see here. Character ghost has been deleted. Player exited vision. Ghost has been rotated. Ah, okay. I'll have to look into into that because it says memory cake has been deleted, but it doesn't say, it says the ghost has been deleted. I see. Okay, the good news is that the bug, you're capable of replicating it. So that means it's easier than if something happened once in a blue moon. So I definitely, yeah, 100%. Let's go ahead, let's click on this play guy here. With that said and done, let's see if this allows us to change. So we have 0 out of, oh, hold on. Let me also do here. Speech bubble, why are you angry? The rude note of the scene is recommended not to be transformed. Bah, humbug! You don't need that caution sign. Not where we're going. We're gonna do a function ready, and upon doing ready, what we'll do is do a update text, update text. There we are. Okay, and then click on you here. Alrighty, take number 48253. Oh. No, that's not right. How did you even think that was acceptable? Lines, oh, I get it. That's okay. You know what? Sometimes we all get those moments, and it's okay. You don't have to. It's fine. Let's go ahead and do var here. We'll do a var for fill in text here. We'll set you to be a string. And then we'll set it to be equal to you here. I think that'll work. We have one there, and then we have one more here. And then it should be the case of that there, and then we have to do percent. So percent, and then we have to do %s. That should work. And expected end of statement. Yeah, the issue is that these guys here don't like the idea of it being slash. And I'm wondering, is there like I guess we can do like a quote? That could work possibly if we do this here, and then we do, let's see, you quote here like this, and then we do you there, hold on. It doesn't like the things we're doing here. So maybe if we do this here, that there. Okay, we'll just do that for now temporarily. We can figure out the rest later. Right now, this is just a test. Okay, so the cake is a lie, 0 out of 4. We have next, let's go. We have next, gotta catch them all. We have next, ba. And then if we go to the next one, I see. In that case, let's see, there's less than 4, so we have to make sure that this guy here, if new index is size -1, there we go. Close this guy here, click on, not that one here, click on that one here, 90, oh, you're getting there, my goodness. I'm telling you, I don't think, 92? I don't think I've heard 90s before. Let's see, this here, so we have 1, 2, 3, and then we have 4. Ah, I see. We'll also need to make sure that this is set to 1, 2, 3, and then this is 4. So truth be told, we're also going to have to make sure that this line index is also equal to +1 possibly. I don't know, but the good news is that it is working. We are able to update it. That's all I wanted to make sure. We can do the math later, but I wanted to make sure that there was a way to go back and forth. The thing is, we can't go back here. Oh, hold on. I know why. We have to go here. If it's less than, we set it to be the lines.size -1. So lines.size would go here, and then we would go -1, I think. Here-ish would be the index. So back into here. If we go back, then it would be a total of going to here. Yep, and then this just has to be -1. So it's going to be lines index -1, like that there. Possibly, maybe, yeah, I'd have to see. Again, that doesn't matter too much. I just want to make sure we can go left and we can go right. The numbers were just there as a fully reveal, but I wanted to make sure that we could rotate through the array, because when we do add the tutorial messages, I want to be able to go through them. So this is good. We'll have an index that we can go left and right to. They're definitely working. The numbers aren't working in the bottom to show you what's going on, but they are going in the right order. So now it'll just be a matter of making an area to store our text instructions, and then just increasing the text, or increasing the index or decreasing the index depending on where we are. We could also always make this like a dictionary, for example, if we don't want to do an array. I don't like the array of string idea, but it feels the nicest to do so far. There are probably ways we can have errors, for example, but for now, sure, fine, good to go. We're good and decent. With that said, we'll bring you back and just chatting here. We will do more of the same on Sunday, and hopefully I can get a chance to do more programming between now and Sunday, but if not, I will be doing the same exact programming from 1 to 5 p.m. EST on Sunday. Tomorrow, I'll also be streaming too, as I stream from Fridays to Sundays. Tomorrow, we'll be looking at pixel art. We do pixel art studies once a week. Tomorrow, we'll be trying to learn how to draw lips. I haven't really drawn lips before, and the idea is that we do these pixel art studies not only because we do game dev, but the idea is that the better I can get at my pixel art, the better my games can look. As the idea or the hope is that I can cover all aspects of game development, so be it voice acting, or be it making the art or the programming, even music, as eventually the music game that I'm making is going to need more music, so we'll spend a stream like making music, things like that, trying to learn how to make music. It's just, I enjoy it, I truly do. With that said, is it Alicera or Alicera? Possibly? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Asked for earlier, if I do exclamation Discord there. If you'd like to get caught up to date on Necrotype Cafe, the devlog, the devworks, I even have a little devlog in the Discord itself. Consider joining. You'll be notified when updates go live most recently and things of that nature. And you can also report bugs there too, should you find them. With that said, I am going to see if we can find a good game developer to rate, because I always like rating people that whatever we're doing. So for example, tomorrow we'll be rating a pixel artist, but for today, since we're doing Godot, and Godot doesn't give enough love, we'll see if we can find someone who does do pixel art, not pixel art, Godot, who does do pixel art. I said it again! Does do Godot, there we are. And I usually thought of it as Alicera. Alicera, I see, I do like it. It sounds like a casting spell. Alicera. I see. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over to here. And with that said and done, if you'd like to stick around for a raid, consider doing so. If you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the end screen, and then we're going to come back for the post show and see about doing a raid. With that said though, if I don't see you tomorrow, hopefully I see you on Sunday. And if I don't ever see you ever again, I hope you have a lovely life. With that said, I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I hope to see you all soon, alright? Bye-bye. And so, we're back to the part of the stream where it's just us purple people. How you doing, purple people? Come here often? I do have to say it's gotta be my favorite. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I do hope you enjoyed today, though. I always have fun, and it's always enjoyable when we get to try things, fail things sometimes, try more things. It's enjoyable. Is it a little bit painful? Is it a little bit hurtful? Sure. Is it always enjoyable? No. Especially bug testing. But the fun part is that even if I'm losing my sanity bit by bit, at least hopefully you can find it entertaining. And me, purple, never. Who said anything about purple? Hold on now. Let's see. I said purple people. That's a lot different. Let's see what's here. I'm not seeing too many people. I'm seeing a lot of people we've raided before. I try my best not to raid anyone we've done recently, if it can be helped, since it's a lot of fun finding new people. And what purple mean? Purple, because you're on Twitch. There's the red people and then the purple people. There are YouTube people and the Twitch people. And since I ended stream on YouTube, and now we're just on the Twitch stream itself, you're all purple people. Let's see here. I'm not seeing anyone that, oh, you know what? I don't think we've raided this person before. Possibly. So we'll do them. Let's see. This person's currently working on a Pac-Man-like dungeon crawler. Woo! Fancy. And, oh, yeah, you're hold on. I'm still live on YouTube. You saw